Alright, we're back, boys! It's been a couple weeks almost since I've streamed. It's been like 10 days or something like that? About 10 days. Of course, those of you that were on Discord, I had a cold. It wasn't like a super bad cold, it just hung on for a while, and I really didn't want to stream when I didn't feel like talking. I could have gone like no mic, no cam, but I just really wanted to just, relax and be lazy, focus on recovering, and I gotta say, I have been, it's like when you, if you're like not doing anything productive, like, it's like, day off, amazing. 2 days off, even better. You feel super refreshed afterwards. 3 days off, it's like, eh. After that, it's like, I'm bored now. I'm fucking bored, man. So I did a few things off stream. I actually didn't play too much off stream. Played a little bit of Path of Exile, a little bit of SMT if Akira Route. But I did play a little bit off stream, grinding some incense. Got a ton of magic incense. Wow. I'm here right now. I changed difficulty down to normal mode because I'm not doing Masakado on this playthrough. I'll do true Masakado on my next playthrough, I think. I also grabbed all the Mimons. I don't think I'm gonna grab all the Mimons on any other playthroughs. I don't think we really need more Mimons. I think we're good on that front. Okay, so let's go beat the game. I don't really need to go and beat Demi-fiend again because I've got everything I need, I'm pretty sure, right? I've got I think I have Demi-fiend's essence right now, yeah. I don't really need to change my skills. Actually, I do need to change my skills, right? I actually probably should go beat Demi-fiend real quick. Normal mode, so it shouldn't be too terribly tough. But I should go and swap back. Did I change anybody else's skills? I don't think so. I didn't even change up my Pleromas. I just needed like a single target skill for essence farming. Yeah, I guess I'll go and swap in go swap skills real quick.
Welcome to the world.
Yeah, not even Epithiosis. I remember how to play this game. Let's go and grab Gaia Rage. Perfect.
How is this?
You have right now. Good. She has resist fizz at the moment. That's 8. Really should change Danu's skills. I mean, really, what I should do is I should swap her out for this fight. Swap in Beelzebub, probably. Beelzebub's good on this fight. Not really need to mess with Danu's skills yet. Go with Beelzebub for the extra debuff and potency. Already got like decent skills. Got debilitate, luster candy, all that good stuff. More than enough. Hello, Skinny. How are you doing, friend? I'm gonna go wall up Demi-fiend real quick and then go beat the game. Like I said, I dropped down the normal mode for essence farming because, I'm not fighting any more super bosses on this playthrough other than, I guess, Demi-fiend right now. But, should be able to, like, absolutely just body him super quickly. Face Demi-fiend, yeah. And alright, all things considered, that's good. why normal, not just safety, because you need to get them to low health for essence farming. Like, you need to get the enemies into red health, and I had a nice, easy setup with Megadolon, off of, what you call it for that? Off of, Metatron. Also, hello, Ogre. God, Recalcitrant is so fucking good. I don't want to do anything with this. I could Omnipotent Succession. Oh, you know what? This might be interesting. Should I try a Mogatoki Momentum? Because it looks like Pixie's gonna die. I'm gonna try a Mogatoki Momentum. I've literally never used it before. Wonder if it's good. Okay, we got more turns. Geary is, he's weak to that. What do I even want to do with these turns? Oh, you just got Demi-fiend's Essence on UB, and that's a second one. Yeah, I just used Demi-fiend's Essence because I gave Freykugel to main character because I needed a single target. I needed to default for that, so I got rid of Gaia Rage. I like having Gaia Rage for NG Plus runs. Chakra Elixir, go. Dude, we have so many turns left. Yeah, sure, just do that. Okay, where's a charge gem? Give me a charge gem. It's not even fair. Yeah, charge gem. I'm not sure if that was really the best use of Magatsuhi, but I mean, it killed all the ads, so... Lanium low health, did I mishear you? Yeah, incense. Did I say essence? I might have said essence. I was incense farming. I was doing, like, I was off-stream grinding incense and bombs from enemies in the, Temple of Eternity. I had like a nice easy setup with Metatron and then just single target stuff to always drop all the enemies to red health using auto battle. That made it really fast to farm. Guess I should just like concentrate gem with Beelzebub. Great gem, sure. He's gonna Chaotic Will now. There's a 100% guaranteed Chaotic Will there. Beelzebub, you suck! You fucking suck, Beelzebub! I want just like as much damage off this as possible. I think I actually debilitate here, even though I'm gonna debilitate with Beelzebub most likely. Actually, I might just Deathflies with Beelzebub. Holy fuck, that did so much damage. That's gonna trigger Meteorohan. Okay, so... You know what I should do, actually? I should blast Thor with a Force Gem, which I think will use up the Concentrate. Or wait, no, I only get one more turn. Fuck it, try and Seal Gem. I didn't think that would drop Demi-fiend low enough to Meteorohan. Okay, Seal Gem, come on. Nope. Okay. I should have delayed damage there, but it's fine. Hello, Lami. hard on Demi-fiend. No, I'm on normal mode right now because I was farming, whatchamacallit stuff. Dang them null dark. Just debilitate. Yeah, I'm grabbing his essence because I had to. I got rid of Frey Kugel, or rather, I got rid of Gaia Rage for Frey Kugel when I was incense farming, and so then I used my Demi-fiend essence I had in my inventory to get Gaia Rage back. And so now I want to stock back up before I head on to my next New Game Plus cycle. Death flies. Kill him, Beelzebub.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Almost. I think Manazako may be an auto-include for the party, not for the active party, but just having her in the stock or passing the same battles for the enemy because they're decommitted with all the buffs in the US or some total one press turn. Turn their buffs in the US, one half with buffs on you for 3 slots and 1 slot neutral. Yeah, I forget what her passive does again. I have to take a look. I missed everybody. I think this is a good Omnipotent Succession turn, just to swing it. More press turns I spend doing stuff that's not like, you know, fighting the tempo war is just better. Yeah, I don't even remember what her passive does exactly. I'll have to take a look at it. Now it's Pixie! Mega DN, oh no! Good job, Beelzebub, you dodged. Pixie weak to, Pixie's weak to dark. I have Beelzebub finish her. I should just throw a dark gem. Yeah, throw a dark gem. How are you? How are you liking game so far? Also, good luck on Demi-fiend. Game is amazing, and trust me, I don't need luck on Demi-fiend. I'm just on normal mode right now. I'm just re-grabbing his essence real quick, because I was farming some incense off stream. I need to dump Gaia Rage. Fuck it, throw a seal gem. Keep him from doing things. Nope. You're useless, Beelzebub. Just Stop using chaotic will. Just see if I can, like, charm Jack Frost or something. Let's see if I can finish him off. No, I probably don't do enough damage with Beelzebub. Throw a Charm Gem. Charm the Jack Frost at least. Better than nothing. Oh my god, fucking spam. Yeah. Still don't see why you don't drop to safety to 1 to 2 shot and then bring it back up after. Oh yeah, I guess I could have dropped to safety for Demi-fiend. Look, I've forgotten I can change difficulties, okay? Because I've been playing on hard mode so much that I'm not used to thinking like that. It doesn't matter, he's dead. Oh my god, Masakato, you suck! How did you not crit? You have infinity crit chance, you fucking monkey.
Now I'm mad.
Bruh. Thank you for this game to launch on PC so I can play it. One thing I'm not sure I understand is the +1 thing. Like Jolie +3 for example. Yeah, it's higher damage. I usually get these. So every demon has an innate amount of skill potential. So like a fire demon will have high fire potential, and they'll probably have like negative ice potential and things like that. And that's just like innate to the demons. You can increase skill potential with items, though you can only do that on things where you already have positive skill potential. So like if you want to turn a fire demon into an ice demon, you can't really do that. There's no way to like ever increase their ice potential. Oh, I don't have the MP on Masakato to attack. That's a problem. Guess we'll just pass or throw a gem. Throw a gem makes more sense. Throw an elect gem, Geary. Taking a week off may have scrambled your brain. I mean, yeah, it definitely scrambled my brain. That's true. Rotate. This should give Masakato more than enough MP. Throw a sleep gem. Oh, nice, hit both the demons. Caroline and Justine, best girls. FBI, get him. Yeah, for Nocturnal, let's play DS1 and 2, so that looked new to me. Yeah, I think, from what I've heard, I think they actually added it with SMT4. Might have been when they added skill potentials. Copper pots. Yeah, I haven't played SMT4 either. I've been slowly working my way through the whole series. No, I read that almost made me mauled. What's that, Skinny? SMT4 remaster. When we really need an SMT4 remaster, like it needs a Steam port at least.
Wow, you're pretty good. Didn't think you'd actually beat him.
Apparently the SMT community doesn't like
for you.
demons having access to items. SMT 1 and 2 definitely need like full-blown remakes. Like SMT 4 doesn't really need a remake. It just needs like an HD remaster. It just needs to get like the Nocturne treatment, right? Yeah, like port to Steam and modern consoles, and you know, then it'd be pretty much good. But yeah, SMT 1 and 2, they need full-blown remakes. Because, like, it's really obvious, with SMT 2 especially, that the narrative is actually, like, hampered by the technology being so old. Because, like, they literally don't have the hardware, you know, on those SNES cartridges to fit in everything that they wanted to. You know, because they have a very, very small amount of memory to work with those. Yeah, Soul Hackers, I played Soul Hackers for the first time, SMT9 remake. No, that just needs to stay dead and buried. Can't go Demon Hunt from here. Beelzebub. But like, if you compare like the PS1 remaster of SMT1 to like the you know, original SMT1 and original SMT2, they straight up like were able to like add more scenes because, you know, they weren't limited by the memory of the cartridges. So the PS1 remasters are pretty low effort, and obviously they never got English releases. You can at least play SMT1 in English on PS1 just because, yeah, there's fan translations. So I still don't think there's a fan translation of the PS1 version of SMT2. Yeah, if they remake old games, remaster some, push them all on PC with translations, that would be so awesome. But I think it's pretty likely that there's going to be, at the very least, an SMT4 port soon, like sometime within the next year or two. It almost makes me want to delay playing it, because it's almost certainly getting ported very soon. Because Atlas did a survey very recently. I think the survey's still going on, actually. Actually, is today last day? Survey's still going on for like 2 more days. And I know one of the things that was most requested by people was porting SMT4 to Steam. Okay, I'm gonna go beat the game now, and then we'll go to Cycle 4 on hard mode. Go for true Masakato. Travel to the realm beyond the earth and heavens. Yep. This teaching items ain't covered on demons are relevant, items are rad. The game, the game's balanced around that. Having covered instead of building cohesive paths and specialized focused builds, this leads to more complex build decisions as opposed to Pokemon, which is all about coverage. You'll play Pokemon until you want SMT to be more like that. I see where people are coming from with the whole, like, demons shouldn't be able to use items thing. But I think it's mainly just a holdover from older SMT games.
Such incredible power, no doubt means you are able to see my true form. Look upon me.
Hello, when the twins and P5 are talking, and one's like, "Why are you smiling?" Purifies, I'm not. You're actually the one smiling when they're both smiling. Yeah, the twins are pretty funny. Got demons can use items in the modern games. Well, they can't use items in the modern games. It's only in SMT5, as far as I know. Actually converted my boyfriend to SMT by telling it was deeper and better than Pokemon based.
begin.
Playing Strange Journey. I haven't played that one. I am both looking forward to it and dreading it at the same time.
As the Lord of Chaos, I defeated the Creator, consumed his knowledge, and became more than he could possibly imagine. It was then I came to understand this world. Following the world's recreation, a new dot will eventually appear. And soon after, the gods will rise up to claim the throne. At which time, the Nahobino of that world will destroy you. And the throne will once again receive a new ruler. This endless cycle is the result of a spatial governing phenomenon known as the Mandala system.
So I just had a thought about this, by the way. And, you know, I'm not skipping this dialogue because, well, for one, this scene goes hard. And for two, I feel like this is some of the most important lore in the series. And I want to memorize every freaking word Lucifer says here. But, a thought I had, so obviously Lucifer killed God, and that seems to have kind of killed the concept of God, right? Because, you know, there's like killing a god, and then there's killing a god. You know, it's like you go and kill, you know, gods like Zeus and Odin and Baal, and it doesn't really do anything to them. You know, you can just resummon them as demons, and they're totally fine. And the reason for that is because, you know, this is like Megami Tensei is fundamentally an idealistic sort of philosophy, and so, you know, the material fact that you killed a god doesn't really do anything. It's more of like undermining a god's concept that truly kills them, which is why you can, you know, it's how like defeating Tiamat works, right? And so it makes sense that if Lucifer kills God, that it actually truly kills him, because Lucifer is God's opposite. It kind of breaks the sort of biblical myth, right? Of, you know, like God is supposed to be all powerful, and, you know, it's kind of written into the story that God defeats Lucifer, and so then when Lucifer turns that around and kills God, it actually undermines the concept of God, which is why God truly died when Lucifer killed him. The question, though, but the thing that I'm starting to realize is like kind of a missing link here is, who is Lucifer's human? Like, who's Lucifer's human knowledge? Because Lucifer had to ascend the Pillar Imperial as a Nahobino to kill God, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the new ruler of the Throne of Creation. So that means at some point Lucifer found his human knowledge and fused with them. So who the hell is Lucifer's human? Demi-fiend? I don't think it's Demi-fiend, because Demi-fiend would be fused with him still, because this is clearly Lucifer's Nahobino form. Like, he's currently fused with a human.
Do you not wish to be free of such restrictions? Do you not wish to be free from Mandala's eternal machinations?
Matter Lucifer's is Nahobino form? Yeah, because he's currently the throne ruler, and he even tells you that he wants you to consume his knowledge. That wouldn't be possible if he didn't have knowledge. The only way to have knowledge as a demon is to be a Nahobino, which means this, by definition, has to be his Nahobino form, which would also explain why he looks different. Nice Omnipotent Succession. Or do I just save it for next turn? I just save it for next turn, I think. I just realized this is like regular Lucifer because this is Chaos Ending.
I searched for a way to truly be free. At last, I have found but one possibility. End me. Consume my knowledge, and with it, wrest this world from the Mandala's endless eons.
Yeah, so you notice there it's knowledge with a capital K. Because Lucifer has to follow the same rules as everyone else, right? Like, he only was able to become the new throne ruler by deposing the old throne ruler, which was God, using the exact same method, so... means he has to be a Nahobino.
This is the reason for my transcendence. Perish.
Probably someone off screen. Yeah, but I feel like that's a really important detail, though. Biblically speaking, he did bring knowledge, shows it more this way than just being a Nahobino. Well, biblically speaking, technically there's not really a hard line drawn between Lucifer, the angel that rebelled against God, and the serpent in the Garden of Eden. It's more of an implied connection, and in Megami Tensei that role is kind of more shunted off into Samael. But you gotta understand that the condemnation, was a miracle enacted by God, and that split the knowledge off from all Nahobino. Like, all beings that possess knowledge that were not humans were split off from that knowledge, and that knowledge was then put into the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then humans ate from the fruit of knowledge, and when they ate the fruit of knowledge, that diffused the knowledge of all the gods, rather, calling them by their proper names, all the archetypes, because that's what these are, they're archetypes of the collective unconscious. It diffused the knowledge of the archetypes from the collective unconscious into, the kind of collective pool of human souls. And so, you could argue that Lucifer might have, and probably did, have knowledge at one point, but he would have lost his knowledge when the condemnation happened. But he clearly regained it at some point, which is what allowed him to defeat God in the first place. Wonder why didn't Lucifer recreate the world himself to get rid of the Mandala system? Because he can't. Because, even you fail to do that as well. Like, you can't get rid of the Mandala system, because you try in the true neutral ending of Canon of Creation, as well as the Law and Chaos endings of Canon of Vengeance, but you fail. And it's that attack on the Mandala system that spawns Satan. Because Satan is this is like a super version of Satan. It's not like the regular version of Satan, like all the lesser ones throughout the rest of the series, like Zayn from SMT2. Like, the Satan in this game is like fucking Super Satan, and he judges on behalf of the Mandala system. And so it's that attack on Mandala, which he lets you know failed, that actually spawns Satan, so... But even so, Lucifer believes that this is the only way to get rid of the Mandala system.
My children.
I guess SMT6 will probably elaborate more on that.
With this, the world will surely be freed.
Time for Chaos Ending. Gotta wait a couple years for SMT6. Yeah, a couple years. It's probably gonna be like 4 or 5, at least. I'm sure they're hard at work on it by now, but still. Probably still pretty early. I'm betting 5+ years. Yeah, we're probably getting Persona 6 within like 2 years. That would be pretty sick. Curious to see how this ending differs from the other ones. Yeah, this is Chaos ending in Canon of Creation. One more god rejected. We got a lot of gods to reject.
The new ruler has remade this world into one governed by a multitude of vastly different gods.
Oh, that's cool.
The people offer their faith equally, choosing a life of diversity and building an ever-changing society in the process. But this life has no doubt proven difficult for some, those lacking convictions of their own, those seeking answers. Those who think for themselves and walk their own path have come together to achieve a great many things. But these irreconcilable differences in ideology have naturally given way to immeasurable conflict.
A world of chaos.
The new ruler now looks upon a world plagued with strife. However, his sadness aside, he holds firm to his beliefs. To choose is far better than to be chosen for, and responsibility should fall to those who earnestly wish to choose for themselves.
Wait, where's this plot point about Marduk's curse that bars serpents from the throne mentioned? Clearly that must be in Canon of Vengeance. I don't remember that. So far, I think the best endings are Canon of Creation True Neutral and Canon of Vengeance Law. Because, like, you say this, that world, or this ending sounds nice, to be honest, but did you miss the part about the immeasurable conflict? Like, how many hundreds of millions of innocent people do you think die in the constant wars with the gods? Like, it sounds like a nightmarish hellscape. You know, because, like, Tsukiyomi talks about how the Amatsukami will protect Japan, but that's only gonna be, like, a reactive defense, right? Like, you know, what happens if in the middle of the night, you know, fucking Zeus or Odin, you know, decides to blow up Tokyo? Like, what are the Amatsukami gonna do about that? They're gonna, you know, they're gonna go and, you know, get revenge, but they're probably not gonna be able to prevent that. Even if they can prevent it some of the time, they're not gonna be able to protect everyone all the time. They're not gonna be able to be everywhere at once. And you have, you know, the gods are basically fucking nuclear missiles pointed at, pointed at the populace. You know, world of myriad gods where they all fucking hate each other and are constantly competing for power. You know, that's gonna result in regular people caught in the crossfire all the time. thoughts. Game is amazing. This isn't the first time I've beaten it. This is my 3rd playthrough. We're going into cycle 4 now, because there's so much content with this game. There's 6 different endings. There's still 2 super bosses I haven't beaten, one of which unlocks a new difficulty. A couple of NPCs, I think, mention it. I forget exactly who. Susano'o mentions it, though he doesn't call it a curse. I forget who actually calls it a curse. But when I do my next Canon of Vengeance playthrough, I will definitely, I will definitely watch all of the cutscenes and do all of the dialogue again. Say it more as each god's all the same deciding about the world. Well, that's not at all what they say. And they straight up said that it's a world of endless strife, immeasurable conflict. And, you know, Dazai even criticizes, you know, what Tsukiyomi and Atsuda want, saying that, you know, your world is going to be a world of chaos where the gods are just constantly killing each other and killing regular people. And when they respond to Dazai, they don't say that he's wrong, they just say that they prefer that to a world governed by the god of law. They think that that's preferable to God's order, not that his criticisms are incorrect. See, this is SMT, not Persona. There are no good endings, only disparage. I think COV Law and Canon of Creation True Neutral are pretty good. I Spio on stream, this Druge on the stream. What the fuck does that even mean? TwitchCon. Yeah, new PoE League in what, like a week and a half? Are you streaming PoE reveal? Yes! I am, in fact, streaming the PoE reveal. It's an evil chant. I need to memorize the demon summoning program ritual. Like, how does it go? It's like El Elohim. I don't remember anything past the first 2 words. I want to memorize that and all of Nyx's lines from Persona 3. They're free will than whatever Yahweh wants. And yeah, that's why I say that, like, True Neutral and Canon of Vengeance Law are probably, like, the best endings. Like, if I had to pick which world I wanted to live in, I mean, we're basically living in Canon of Creation True Neutral. You know, it's a world of no gods. It's a world where, you know, humans govern. Also a reminder, all those orbs there are literally universes. Look how big the Nahobino is compared to those. He's a thick boy. Else, to save Tokyo is not available. Would demons rise again in True Neutral ending? Eventually, yeah. Eventually the world would lose its power, and then another conception will be triggered, just like in Nocturne. Though in Nocturne, that wasn't really a natural conception. Like, the conception was close-ish, but Hikawa massively accelerated it. Wasn't he the cute chibi who couldn't find friends? No, that's the Nahobiho. See, that's the Jack Frost that's cosplaying as the Nahobino. Okay, so let's yeah, prepare to save clear data. We'll save that. Okay, so we got Chaos ending on Canon of Creation. I'm gonna do one more Canon of Creation playthrough initially. I'm probably gonna go for I don't know if I'm gonna go for Law next, or if I'm gonna go for regular neutral. Probably Law, because I think you get different demons. I want to complete the compendium. And also do, I'm gonna do it on hard mode, because I want to do True Masakato on this playthrough. And then we'll go back to Canon of Vengeance after that and fight Satan. So basically, the world will never be hell, and now Hobino decides just waiting for its next ruler. Yep, which is, kind of at least partially Satan's criticism of the system, though, or not Satan, Lucifer's criticism of the system, though Lucifer seems to know something that the rest of us don't, because, there's not really a lot of talk about, trying to get rid of the mandala system, right? Like, Lucifer's the only one that brings that up, and he tells you to consume his knowledge, and in the true endings, you do that. And then, according to Satan, you try to destroy the mandala system. So this goes from being a thing that the main character doesn't even know about, and so obviously wouldn't have a reason to care about, to the main character being like, oh my god, I gotta deal with this right now, as soon as he absorbs Lucifer's knowledge. So Lucifer clearly knows something absolutely horrific about the system, and because Lucifer didn't know about the mandala system before either, right? Like, Lucifer's goals have changed significantly since Nocturne. Like, he thought that he just had to overthrow God, and then everything would be hunky-dory, and he would have what he calls true freedom. But then after overthrowing God, and taking the throne of creation, then he realized that there's this much bigger problem, which hasn't even really been fully articulated to the audience yet. Like, the only ones that are really privy to that are Lucifer and the main character, and I guess Satan, and probably Mastema. But, there's, this whole other problem. It's obviously, seeding content for SMT6. Nocturne TE, Lucifer and Demi-fiend kills God, right? Yes, sort of. It's not really, that doesn't really happen, right then. It happens after the ending. The True Demon ending of Nocturne, which I think should be called The Reason of Chaos, not True Demon ending. I think the community really named that incorrectly. But yeah, in the Reason of Chaos ending, that's the start of Armageddon. Back to the title screen, load game. Load the clear data. New game will be started. Yep. Gonna do Reborn, of course. We want those juicy stats for fighting True Masakato. Eventually Satan. Horn mode, we're gonna select hard, because you want to fight Masakato on this playthrough. But yeah, sure, we can register Tau, it's fine. Okay, now we're gonna skip through everything, because we've already seen all this crap. We're gonna go law ending this time. We're gonna go law ending, and we're going to
only this, will you still take her hand?
By the way, I just want to say, I still have no idea who these two voices are at the start of the game. The fucking, the male and female voices here. Don't take her hand. I wonder if the male and female voices here are Izanagi and Izanami. Because they appear in Nocturne in NG Plus. If on New Game you did all of the time battles in the Kalpas, and you get a fast clear on all of them, then that unlocks a side quest on NG Plus that gives you an extra press turn icon. And when you get your extra press turn icon, you meet Izanagi and Izanami. And with all the connections to Nocturne, it makes me wonder if the two people talking in this scene are Izanagi and Izanami.
You have chosen well. That girl's soul cannot be permitted to exist.
So I would think that the person, or the male that's talking there, would probably be God, but God is dead though, so I guess that doesn't really hold up. There's definitely things about this game that are just not explained, and they're intentionally not explained. Like, it's not a case of, like, you know, they're explained badly, or, like, plot holes or anything like that. The developers are just, like, very intentionally dangling this in front of our faces, going like, ha 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 ha, you don't know shit.
Hey there! Hey!
Hey!
Hey, hey!
You heard that talk about it being safer to go home in groups, right? You should walk with us.
And be Lawcuck on this playthrough. Sure. I wonder if I can beat the game again today. I don't think it'll be particularly hard, because I'm not going to go for Mimons. I'm only going to go for quests that I know give balms.
Oh.
Running. I've had a question for a while about what the community thinks about Tau. I don't think at this point it's spoilers because it's not about any endings. If I ask, should I wait until you're fully done with everything? No, go ahead, ask. I have a pretty good idea what happens in the other endings as well. Like, I don't really consider anything in this game at this point to be spoilers. Oh, on P5, personas on Joker feel like class changes. P3 and P4 only main characters get to use personas besides Persona 1. Yeah, in P3, P4, and P5, only the main character is the wild card. In P1 and P2, everyone can change personas, but they also have different persona, like, affinities. Like, they have different affinities, different arcanas, meaning, like, you know, you can't, like, not every character can use every persona.
If you wish to live, take my hand.
And if that sounds really cool, I guess some people like that, but, I mean, I played Persona 1 and Persona 2, and I fucking hated that. I fucking hated having multiple personas on 5 different characters. It was just annoying.
Until then, may your newfound power guide your survival.
Shut up, Lucy.
Young man, can you hear?
Yeah, I understand why some people like the Persona 1 and Persona 2 system, but I found that it just made characters feel very not unique. Especially since there wasn't really much of a difference between different affinity levels in P1. P2 is a little better about that, but P2 it also didn't matter because, you know, P2 is like the easiest game I've ever played, so... Like, I don't know why they nerfed the difficulty so much from P1 to P2 when P1 is also a really easy game. But P2 is just on, like, a whole different level of easy. But Kenny seems to think the goddess Tau becomes his Amaterasu. Third of the Proto-Fiends, the other two obviously being Tsukiyomi and Susano'o. You think this is true or not? Huh, I mean, it could be true. Because there is that, like, other form that Tau gets, and I have been wondering what that was meant to represent. it would kind of make sense. But then, I don't know, I felt like it was... I was kind of wondering if, like, I missed a side quest or something, because I remember in Canon of Vengeance, there's a side quest where you get, like, Amaterasu's core, right? But I don't think anything is ever done with that, as far as I know. Which, I've actually been meaning to look that up, if there's, like, something that I missed with that. Person P5 felt like it was a bit man appeal, use more than one persona on allies, clearly came to the fact that I actually don't have to bother to decide which persona should have on each character, just Joker to worry about that. Maybe Mega 10 games see if the MC be more unique to other characters. OST3 you get Magatana's, OST5 you get to learn almost everything. Well, it's like I said before, it's like Persona is reverse SMT. Because it's all about, like, you have to think of it from the perspective of the monster collecting, right? In SMT, you play a fixed character, and the monsters that you collect go into the 3 party slots. Or, you know, 5 party slots, depending on the game. But in Persona, you play essentially 3 unique characters. They're like their own class, essentially. And the monsters that you collect all go into 1 slot. That slot being the main character. Give the core back to the Amatsukami for safekeeping, if I recall. Maybe you do. I think you do, actually, but still, though, like, that doesn't really resolve anything. It's like, nothing is actually done with it. Like, it's a... You know, it's a Chekhov's gun that doesn't get fired. Like, the Matsukami never do anything with the core at any point in the game, as far as I know. So there's still, like, kind of an unresolved plot point there. Which I had to imagine was fucking intentional. Like, there's no way that was just an oversight, especially with it being part of Canon of Vengeance, because Canon of Vengeance is, like, very, very streamlined. Everything they did in Canon of Vengeance was super deliberate, so... I said there's a line of dialogue it says for sure, but I never saw it. I don't see anyone talk about it specifically. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna pay a bit more attention to that on my my next Canon of Vengeance playthrough.
What have you started in here? So I guess we'll be slapping you on the menu too.
Come at me, you little dick demons. Beta dingly dangly ding dongs. It's just, this is sure, and Canon just sells at me while I'm like, tell me where you single cell. Tell me where you single cell the amoebas. Yeah, it's I don't know.
Young man.
The Mega 10 community is amazing and also like very stupid sometimes. And you get like lots of different opinions. Some of them are incredibly intelligent and very well thought out, and others are fucking brain dead and just didn't in any way pay attention to anything in the game.
Well,
It's just kind of how this sort of series is going to be, right? Because Mega 10 is one of the most complicated series I've ever seen. So of course it's you know, it's going to be there's gonna be lots of takes. Some of them are gonna be really bad, and some of them are gonna be really good. I finished Persona 5 in 40 hours, didn't see anything special with it. Yeah, exactly. You get takes like that.
That is what is...
FE5 whether I end up playing more than ST5V, it's already one of the best games I've ever played. Yeah, just wait. P5 cooks really hard in the second half. Hence, I'm skeptical until you deep dive for me and sort it out, because I know you will.
Well done, young man.
I mean, you're right about that. I definitely will. I need to do like a really, really, really close reading of everything in Canon of Vengeance. Which I swear the art of the close reading is fucking lost these days. People just kind of go with like fucking vibes.
May I have a moment?
Instead of actually like noting exactly what the characters say and exactly what's stated to happen. Leads people to thinking really weird shit. 80 hours soon, only about to finish Fourth Palace. That's like very similar to the amount of time it took me to finish the game. Like I was at like 80 hours at that point too. You're gonna be at 200 hours by the time you finish the game, most likely.
What?
So far, P5 keeps on giving, it gets better and better, so second half is even better. There's a chance it'll be my favorite Mega 10 game. Yeah. Now, Fourth Palace is the pyramid.
Young man.
Fourth Palace is the pyramid of sloth. After P5 skipped all the dialogue, story was awful, the ending was shit, how can people call this a masterpiece? Yo, one time on the Persona 5 subreddit, I saw a post like that, and
young man.
I don't want to like say exactly what they said because Lami's currently playing through Persona 5 and I don't want to spoil anything, but they very clearly got a bad ending and they were like, this game is so weird, why is it just cut off right there? Like, I feel like nothing was actually resolved. Game's bad. I'm just like, bruh. That's what I was ever seeing you showed that on Discord. Oh, yeah, it's really something.
We have arrived. Yes.
This brain human being right there. Yeah. Something. For sure. So enormous it cut off the blood flow. Gotta love it. Too good. Okay. So how am I building on this playthrough? So I want some agility for good old figment slashing. I think I'm gonna do like a 2-1 split of agility and vitality till I get to the point where my agility is over 160. Well, once I get to 160 agility, then I'll do it the other way around. Do 2-1 vitality, agility. Yeah, sorry if I've spoiled things over over the last few months, Lami. Probably should have been more careful with various things I've said. Hopefully you don't remember everything I've said. Why is there a giant asshole? What, you mean a Yamatsumi? Because he's just chilling here. Hi, Auntie. Almost out of tutorial land. Gonna have to go fast if I want 100% this game before the PoE League. Auntie has a pornographic memory. I would believe that. Elden Ring DLC when? I will play Elden Ring DLC before PoE if I have time. Otherwise, I don't know. It'll happen when it happens.
Here you go.
Be careful.
Auntie, I'm speed running. This is New Game Plus 4. I would get married with no worries. I know Marky's like final boss. Oof. That's basically the most I remembered. Okay, so since you know that already, I will say this, Lami. So Marky is only the final boss if you max his confidant before he leaves in November, which you really, really want to do that because that's like that's the main requirement for accessing the new content in Royal. So I would strongly recommend you know, hanging out with Marky whenever he's available. You really want to max his confidant.
Young man.
Another Megami Tensei victim. It's more like, are you following a guide how to get the other endings? Not really, because it's pretty obvious, like, where the decision points are. I followed a guide for the true neutral ending of Canon of Creation, and, that's pretty much it. Because that was the only one that I really had to follow a guide for, because the rest, like, just doing that kind of made the rest of it intuitive. Because the 6 endings are basically, you know, there's 4 for Canon of Creation, and, there's 2 for Canon of Vengeance. And of course I did Canon of Vengeance first, and the way Canon of Vengeance works is, the ending that you get is just based on your dialogue choices throughout the game, like your alignment-based choices, which ended up being obvious to me because I didn't see an actual decision point, and so I kind of intuited that it works similarly to SMT 1 and 2, where your ending is not a specific choice, but it's the sum of all your choices throughout the game. And then Canon of Creation has a like really easily defined decision point of like law, neutral, chaos, and then there's the 4th Canon of Creation ending, which is the true neutral ending, and the difference between that and neutral is you basically get true neutral if you've done all the side quests. And neutral is considered like the bad ending.
Young man, I'm detecting a power we'll want to be.
Also, this cutscene goes hard. I'm not skipping this cutscene. Basically missed last semester if Marky isn't max, so I guess a big chunk of story / gameplay left. Yeah, you missed the entire month of January, and the final palace, and the resolution to several character stories. Yeah, you miss all the royal content if you don't max him out. God, thank you so much for the 60-month resub. 3 years is still no D3 content.
Heed my words, brethren.
No D3 content ever.
As decreed by the Seraphim, I, Abdiel, hereby take command of Bethel's holy army. Our foes are the demons of chaos, who swore allegiance to that contemptible snake. Yet fear not, we are all blessed with the divine protection of God himself. Warriors from far and wide, hear me now. Strike them down in the name of order! The unholy will find their deliverance by our blades!
I love this scene right here. The angels all think they're hot shit. Then Lucifer just comes in, rips space and time apart. Like, this is such a raw line right here. Lucifer, the Giga Chad.
The god you cravenly revere is dead. Slain by my own hand, that humanity might finally live unbound from their chains.
Vile serpent, your lies mean nothing!
I speak only the truth. I have ascended the Pillar Imperial, the throne of God. As an angel, you know what this means. Such uncouth behavior from my former brethren.
I can tell you exactly how to avoid that if you want, Lamy. It's very simple.
Order itself has crumbled. Chaos shall envelop the world. And from that chaos, there shall be a true rebirth. A wholly new future. All that remains is for me to sow the seeds that shall sprout into this grand reality.
The way you avoid the bad ending is the same exact way you avoid the bad ending in every fucking Mega 10 game. It really all just comes down to the phrase, "one more god rejected." That's how you avoid the bad ending. It's the same in every Mega 10 game. It's always one more god rejected. Every time. That an emote I see? Nice, somebody just enabled it. Oh nice, Cobb. Thank you, Cobb. Like P3 not killing Nyx when he asks you to. Yeah, basically, the way you avoid every bad ending in every Mega 10 game is whenever somebody tells you to do something, you just tell them no. You just tell them to go fuck themselves. Like that's literally all it ever is. You just always tell them to go fuck off. One more god rejected every time. And yeah, it's just a dialogue choice that you can reload if you mess up. Speed running, boys. Oh, it's not My Hero up to where you are, Father. My Hero Academia is, you know, it's poppin'. There's not like really any crazy story stuff going on right now. It's basically just turned into a bunch of fighting, which is great because like all the story stuff has set up all the fighting already, and so they don't really need, you know, a ton of story stuff right now beyond just what's happening in the fights.
Say!
P5R, I love how we don't have to negotiate with Demon yet if we already owned them before. Saves a lot of hassle. Yeah, also I think in Persona 5, and just modern Persona in general, I think using the compendium is a little bit cheaper than it is in modern SMT games. Also, Ogre, to answer your question earlier of like, how would my P4 playthrough have been different if I didn't know the identity of the killer before I started? It's really hard to say, because you only really get one first playthrough, right? And that was kind of denied to me by spoilers, because most of the time spoilers don't really make that big of a difference, right? When you're playing through a game. Like, if you get spoiled on a plot point, usually it doesn't really matter all that much, because what is more important is like all the things leading up to that, right? But, you know, Persona 4 is a murder mystery. When you fucking spoil the murder mystery, that actually matters. Like, that actually matters and significantly changes how you interact with the game. And so it's, you know, that's kind of fucked up.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya? Hey.
I would have, at the very least, I would have gotten the experience of, like, playing through the game a second time and being like, oh yeah, here's all the scenes with the killer that are hinting at the fact that he's a killer. Which, you know, I didn't really get to experience that. Like, that was kind of my first playthrough. So it was almost like my first playthrough was an NG Plus playthrough, which just kind of makes everything weird.
Oh?
And blame the algorithm. Yup. And yeah, Persona 5 won't, like, lock you into a bad ending or anything like that, Lamy. The worst that can happen is, like, is if you don't max Maruki's Confidant before he leaves in November, and that locks you into the original good ending instead of the royal ending. Each day on first playthrough, Makoto. Yup. First playthrough. I think you mean every playthrough. Makoto, best girl. Why Makoto, best girl? Why not Makoto, best girl? So, first off, basically I just think that Makoto is the best fit for Joker for a whole bunch of different reasons. Because, like, I always try to think from the perspective of, like, what makes the most sense for the character. And, so to me, like, none of the adult characters really make much sense for dating Joker, right? It's, like, hard to justify that from an in-character perspective. And, you know, you could say that, like, Joker could date one of the non-Phantom Thieves, like Hifumi, for example. But that doesn't really make much sense to me either, because I'm trying to imagine, like, what would these characters' lives actually be like together? And I think it would be weird if Joker was dating a non-Persona user, because that would mean that, you know, Joker's girlfriend would, like, never see, like, the full side of him, right? Like, there would always be kind of an unbridgeable gap there that they could never possibly understand. And so that's why, like, to me, in character, it only makes sense for Joker to be dating one of the Phantom Thieves, right? And so then, who are the you know, who are the people that, or, you know, I mean, technically, well, I should shut up. But basically the only ones that make sense, really, are, you know, Makoto, An, and a few characters that you may not know yet. And of all those characters, Makoto, I think, makes the most sense for, you know, several reasons. One is, I think she has the best chemistry with Joker throughout the game. Like, have you finished the Fourth Palace yet, Lami, or you still in the Fourth Palace? Still in, have to send the calling card, which I'll do soon. Okay, so, Makoto and Joker basically have a little bit of a moment during the Fourth Palace, which you haven't seen yet. It'll be after you send the calling card, actually, and that right there made me kind of feel like, okay, the game is sort of communicating something here, right? Like, that was how I personally felt about that, because, like, there's no such thing as canon romance in Persona, but some romances definitely make a lot more sense than others. You know, like, probably the best example of that, actually, is Aigis in Persona 3, right? Because, you know, the end credits of Persona 3 are written from Aigis' point of view, and it's basically her talking about how she loves Makoto Yuki and how, you know, he was like, you know, he was like the thing that brought her life meaning, and, you know, just everything about, like, how he is, you know, amazing and great, and how he saved the world. Yeah, it's basically a giant love letter. Like, it's basically the whole end credits of Persona 3 are basically Aigis confessing her love, and there's nothing like that for any of the other characters. And so it makes, like, you have to kind of go into some big mental gymnastics to say that one of the other romances makes more sense. And I feel like Makoto occupies a sort of similar position with Persona 5 and Joker. I also think Makoto has the most interesting, oh, I shouldn't have skipped that dialogue there. That was technically dialogue I hadn't seen.
Further with...
But, I also think Makoto has the most, interesting characterization of any of the female Phantom Thieves, and really just any of the Phantom Thieves in general. Like, I think she's the best written character in the game.
Hey!
Hey, Snick. Answer waiting room, yep. I definitely can't wait to play the answer. That's gonna be great. That was your 3-month vacation? That's toxic.
Now.
Yeah, the answer is, comes out in September. Getting closer, boys.
Thank you.
Bitches were getting a forced vacation. Oh man, that's fucked up. And P5L says, notion of justice kind of matches the thieves' theme / goal. Yeah, one thing that I think is interesting about Makoto as well, that the other thieves kind of lack a bit, is so I think all the characters in Persona 5 I think are great, but I think a lot of them also, they kind of get the resolution to their arc really soon. There are some exceptions to this, like some of them do like experience some things throughout the story, some things I won't mention because Lami's still playing through the game. But
Yep.
Makoto just has like a lot more going on throughout the game, and there's like a lot of really subtle things with her character that I really like. Like a good example is the fact that she feels really guilty for basically the entire game about how she blackmails Joker and the Fan Thieves, you know, in the at the start of the third palace. Like that's, I think to most people that's like a really minor thing. Like they don't, like most people when they play the game, they're just like, you know, they kind of see where Makoto is coming from and are like, they kind of cut her some slack. I was pretty harsh on the character initially. I was like, this fucking bitch is fucking, she's fucking blackmailing us. Like, does she have no concept of fucking morals or ethics? And the interesting thing about that, though, is of course the characters forgive her almost immediately. They don't really care all that much because they know that she doesn't really understand what's going on, because there's no possible way that she could. But Makoto doesn't let that go just because they forgive her. Like, she carries that around for the whole fucking game, and she doesn't admit that until the third semester. But the signs are there if you know what to look for, if you pay close attention to her dialogue. If it seems like she's always walking around like she feels guilty about something, it's because she does.
Hi there.
And that's a level of writing that I don't think the other characters really reach.
Nothing's wrong.
Went from wood chipper to wedding dress. True. Guess I should do this side quest. I don't think you actually get anything for this, but do it anyways. It takes 2 seconds. Can't choose to do it later if you want.
What is...
Playing all characters so far, I think they have different skills, helps fast to level all the characters. Really like Yoshi's out at first, then she said the Fan Thieves aren't gonna be good on the long term. I was like, alright, I don't like you anymore. Based. Based. Fucker.
I wish I...
I never had to forgive Makoto. I support women's rights and wrongs. That is actually something that I think is interesting about this game. I've seen a lot of people say that, like, I've heard that exact phrase, like, I support women's rights and women's wrongs, in relation to this game. And, plenty of people have noticed that there are a lot of female characters in this game. But I don't think people realize actually how significant that is, because that wasn't done at random. The female characters in this game, because all the characters in SMT games are not really characters in the same way that they are in Persona games, which, turns a lot of people off from SMT, actually. Like, all the characters in SMT games are metaphors for other things. Like, they have symbolic significance. And, I think the different female characters in this game are actually meant to represent different female archetypes. you know, or like different aspects of, I guess you could say, feminine nature. Like Tiamat, for example, is a great example. Like Tiamat, Yoko, they're meant to represent the devouring mother archetype, right?
What? How'd you know? It's
and then, you know, like Abdiel is the sort of like you know, she's not really like a Jungian archetype, but she is a sort of I guess you could say almost like a modern stereotype of like the you know, the woman in a position of authority that kind of loses herself in her job and doesn't really have anything else in her life outside of that. You know, whereas Tao is like the sort of she's like the opposite of the devouring mother. She's like I forget the fucking the name of that particular archetype. It's like the Great Mother or something like that, because like Tao is everything that, you know, like Tiamat isn't. You know, she's gentle, she's kind.
I assure.
Like, I actually think that all of that is very intentional. Like, it's actually meant to be like an examination of female nature. Also, this song goes hard. People have changed their heart instead of letting them do whatever they please. People being killed, abused, or whatever, bad things to think of. For me, it's common sense. Yeah, that's so what the Phantom Thieves do is definitely violence, right? And here's where I feel like a lot of the criticisms of the Phantom Thieves by the characters in the games that criticize them. Like, I'm not really talking about like people from the fan base when I say criticisms of the Phantom Thieves. I mean like in-universe criticisms by the characters.
Please.
One thing that doesn't really that I feel like those characters kind of miss about the Phantom Thieves is like, yes, what the Phantom Thieves do is violence, right? You know, they are assaulting people's minds, but it is about the lowest level of violence you could possibly use to resolve a situation, right? You know, like human trafficking ring in fucking Third Palace, and you know, how do they break up the human trafficking ring? Not by fucking killing everybody, but by, you know, essentially mind controlling the, you know, the mob boss to turn himself in. Like that's a pretty low level of violence relative to the results that they achieve.
I've just heard from Josoji. Did you track down the demonic intruder?
It's Lamu. He's got one of the schoolgirls.
Okay, so I'm gonna listen to this dialogue. This is the first time I've picked this, because this is the law option here, I'm pretty sure.
Understood.
Why do you hesitate? This world is no place for a servant of evil.
Hey, I'm not hesitating this time. I said kill Lamu.
Both demon and human must be purged.
God of angels. Masakato, how did you get hit by that? You have like 7 billion more agility than them. go here. I think that's definitely one of the best things that Persona 5 did is compared to like Persona 3 and 4 is they managed to make all of the confidants in Persona 5 really interesting in terms of the subject matter. Because it's not that like really down to earth problems can't be interesting. But the confidants in P5, they managed to, without entering the realm of the supernatural, they managed to make things a bit more interesting than just like, oh, this guy is on the track team and he hurt his leg and, he wants to compete but now he can't. Which is kind of like your average, like, P3, P4 social link. And, those can still be, like, kind of dramatic stories, but it's not the same as, like, oh, like, your teacher is being blackmailed into, being a prostitute, and, you have to find a way to help her out and get her out of that mess. What's the difference with social links and confidants? Social link is the term for confidants from P3 and P4. And in theory, they're like kind of the same thing, though I do think that there is a bit of an actual difference between them in that the confidants are always like kind of a tit for tat sort of thing, right? Like it's always Joker making a deal with somebody, whereas the social links in P3 and P4 are always the main character establishing a connection with somebody. And so I don't think that they are, exactly the same, even though they serve the same function and have most of the same mechanics. Yeah, like they're literally confidants. They're your partners in crime. I also just think that the dialogue options in the confidants in Persona 5 are just much better written than the ones from 3 and 4. Because in 3 and 4 with the social links, you get max affinity points basically for just telling the other person what they want to hear. Like in Persona 3, you have the social link with, what's his name? Kenji, the magician social link in Persona 3. And his whole thing is that he wants to date his teacher. And when he reveals this to you, the way you get +3 for that rank is you call him a genius.
A word.
Like, you unironically go like, you're a genius, that's a great idea, you should date your teacher. When, obviously, you know that that's a train wreck in slow motion, right? You know that, like, him confessing his love for his teacher is not going to go well. Because it's really obvious. And, of course, it doesn't go well. And, he ends up having to, having to learn that lesson the hard way. But, in Persona 5, they're actually written very differently. Like, a good example is there's a social link rank with Ryuji. You've probably done it by now, since Ryuji's one of your first confidants you unlock, where, he gets into a bit of a verbal argument with some people from the track team, right? And, one of them says something, like, really negative to him. I forget what it was. I think they insult his mother or some shit like that. I don't remember the exact context. It's been a while since I've done Ryuji's confidant. And Ryuji gets mad like he's gonna fucking hit this guy. And you can support Ryuji in that. You can be like, you can basically be like, yeah, fuck this dude. And Ryuji will appreciate that. You'll get +1 affinity point. But if you tell Ryuji to calm the fuck down and that he's losing his temper, and that's counterproductive, you get +3 affinity points. Because you're not telling Ryuji what he wants to hear, you're telling him what he needs to hear. And that is just completely different from how the P3 and the P4 social links are written. Because of course Ryuji is someone that wants to grow and change. Like he doesn't want to be, you know, the same loser that he's always been. He wants to be better than that. And so by telling him the hard truths that he needs to hear, you're proving that he can really count on you instead of just, you know, basically being a people pleaser. Here.
Wait a...
Yeah, exactly, Lami. Makoto Yuki doesn't care. That's true, Makoto Yuki doesn't care, and that's part of Makoto Yuki's character arc, but just because he doesn't care, I don't think that really excuses the way that those are written.
Here you go.
Because if anything, I think choosing to care, even though you kind of don't, I think that would show a better progression for his characterization and for the social link. How can a door care? I assume that's answer spoilers because I don't know what that means, and I hear people say that all the time.
Wait. Here you go.
Wait, you get +1 knowledge in Kishijoji for talking to the like receptionist there and picking all her dialogue options. Still learning new things about Persona 5. There's so much random shit like that in P5. It's crazy. Like I didn't know that. I knew about the bench giving you +1 guts. Cause yeah, I remember that scene. Like, you sit on the bench multiple times, and Ryuji's basically like, what are you doing? People are starting to stare, and then you get +1 guts. Yeah, I remember that. I didn't know about talking to the receptionist there, giving you +1 knowledge. There's a quiz at the donut shop that gives +1 knowledge. I didn't know that either. And like, I know there's one later in the game where you can get +1 guts for drawing the Fam Thief logo on the blackboard. Ooh, Magatsui Demon. How do I get up there? That Magatsui Demon, I'm not gonna be able to get him, am I? Gonna despawn if I move too far away. Way up to the highway is all the fucking way back there. I could go like there. Maybe it won't despawn. I'll try. Quick. See Magatsui Demon. Must kill.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
Don't despawn, I'm not going that far. Ah, success. I didn't get too far away from him. Gimme, 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 gimme.
Here you go.
Does DLC for P3 Reload come out? Will you buy and play it? It comes out in September, and yes, I'll be playing it day one. Oh yeah, the Disaster Shadows. Crosswords, I just check online because I'm not English native, so I'm not used to English crosswords. Yeah, and they're Japanese cultural references, and you're not Japanese either, so you're, you got the double debuff there. Don't get the cultural references and not used to the language.
Here you go.
Double debuff. This is the wrong way. You're being debuffed your whole life. Oh, I should have started the menorah quest. Alright, well, I'll just grab the thing up here real quick. There's a Magatsu rail up here somewhere. I wish I could be ugly for a day. Being ugly every day gets tiring. Oof. Oh, here's 3 hours and unabashedly rooted in Japan. I mean, they've always been unabashedly rooted in Japan.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
But I think that's cool. The Midori Leaks apparently switched to version of P3 will include every DLC and the expansion pass with the base game. Oh, that's cool. I think Atlas is gonna try to do better about that in the future, because people have been very critical of Atlas lately for their DLC practices. Specifically for like the enhanced re-releases, right? Like it's a sentiment I've heard a lot, is like, you know, when a new Atlas game comes out, you know, don't buy it for 2 years because, you know, you want to wait until the real version comes out. And Atlas is very aware of that. Like, they had several questions in the survey devoted to that. You have enough money, you can fix ugly, nothing can fix stupid. Oh, that's true. Am I retarded?
Listen.
Oh yeah, duh, I forgot to talk to her. Started. Give me the menorah. Give me the menorah and nobody gets hurt.
Return.
Somebody got a menorah for me? Doesn't show anything here, but there should be something. Oh. Oh, there it is.
I've marked.
Poor Ark. Stop roasting him, skinny. Not Atlas releasing games out at all. I think they're just being safe. Imagine releasing a game with a lot of content. It takes the game. Makes the game take longer to release than the game ends up bad. Better with the first game that has successful release more content. So the way I feel about it is complicated. I do. So.
Well done.
I think it's best to conceptualize it as kind of two competing arguments. So on the one hand, it feels like bad business practices to be like, oh, well, we're going to release this, full-priced game, and then 2 years later, we're going to release the same game at full price again, and it's got a fairly modest amount of extra content. That feels like bad business practices to me, and I think most people would agree with that feels bad. On the other hand, I feel like these games are good enough that I personally would be willing to pay a lot more for them than I am. I feel like I'm, getting them a good deal already, and any amount of extra content, basically, I'm gonna wanna experience. So I'm not really too sad about that, especially since the reality is that games these days cost a lot more to produce than they used to, and the price of games is not kept up with inflation, which is why you see so much DLC and gacha games and stuff like that, and because developers are trying to make ends meet, and very hard when when the budget for these games is getting larger and larger every generation. And so I think that I'm kind of two minds on the subject. Like, I think both of those are valid points. And so I think it's important to reach a compromise there. And that seems to be what Atlas is trying to do. Because, SMT5 Vengeance has disgustingly more extra content compared to original SMT5 than Persona 5 Royal does compared to original Persona 5. And so they're trying to kind of give you more value for that, for, rebuying the game. And I think that is really, really good. And it also seems like, judging by the survey, that they are strongly considering just completely changing over to a like DLC-based model for the extra content, so that, when they, release something like, the Royal Edition of, of Persona, of Persona 6 or whatever, then you'll just be able to pay, like $20 or $30 or whatever for an upgrade. That seems to be the direction they're going in based on the survey. They should remake Digital Devil Saga and release P6. So they're definitely working on P6, we know that. P6 is probably going to be out within a couple years. I think that, like, number one priority should actually be porting all the mainline SMT games and the mainline Persona games onto non-handheld stuff. Like, I think that in terms of, like, remakes, remasters, that should be the main priority, is get SMT1, SMT2, SMT4, Persona 1, and Persona 2 onto Steam. Like, Steam and other equivalent modern consoles. To me, that should be, like, their main priority right now in terms of, like, remasters and stuff like that. Where was the... Which one did I unlock? This one, battles to save Tokyo? Okay, these consecutive battles are unbeaten. Okay, great. Validate players' confidence. Is this game, or is that Godborn only? So from what I've heard, Godborn is actually pretty easy. I don't know if that's true or not, but from what I've heard, it's kind of a clown fiesta of, like, if you have like low stats, then it's really hard, and if you have high stats, it's really easy. But you know, I'm personally okay with that if it's not crazy hard. I'd prefer it to be tuned as hard as possible for a difficulty like that. But if they just want to have like a retarded Clown Fiesta mode, just because they can, I'm cool with that. Go for milligram melee, your stats 250 for your Godborn run or something? Nah. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not gonna like sit there and grind money for hours and hours and hours to try and min-max everything in the first fucking zone. But I'm also not gonna try and avoid making my character stronger. I'm just gonna play the game. Just gonna play the game, and whatever happens, happens. Oh wait, right, this is a VR battle, so I can just use whatever items I want. I just use Wiimod to give infinite money at that point. UFO Thomas, fuck that shit. Yeah, I don't really mind like doing some grinding. Like I said, I'm just gonna play the game. I'm just gonna play the game. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not gonna try and tailor my experience to one side or the other. Yeah, Reaper will get you, Lamy.
The very goal.
What that does, electrify. Increase damage of the next rising storm dragon. More affinity resistance and pierces through. Sure, it's fine, right? Opium? Okay. Oh, we're fine. I think she's dead anyways. Gotta do debuff. That's omnipotent succession. Yeah, fuck it. Lucifer, she has fire repel. That's not gonna... Yeah. Great work. You're a natural at this. Did it. 5 strength bombs. Right spot. All the DLC quests now for the bombs.
Yes?
Have a second. Do you have a moment? Hey! Right.
See you. Thank you.
Booba. Ogre's correct. Ventos is randomly generated, though there are some things about it that are deterministic. And yeah, getting that many SP items from one thing is pretty rare.
Here you go.
Alright, Mephisto, time to die. You can just guard Beelzebub. Mentos and tartar sauce.
Right.
Damn it, Monozako. I think I like Mentos and tartar sauce more. I kind of agree with Ogre. The Palace of Humanity's fetish, and that's that. I don't know about that. Masakata, why did you just increase your magic? You don't need that. Should be using Danu with this, just because, I want to get her, more, like, pseudo XP for the Demon Haunt interactions. That'll give her more stats. Give her fucking debilitate if I'm gonna keep her in the active party. Oscar's muscle brain thought he needed to be a magic man. Yeah, I don't know why Ogre added you for that. Ogre was responding to me.
Welcome to...
There it is.
How is this?
If you haven't played SMT5 first, you wouldn't know your personas are bad, and it wouldn't be such a concern. Then you have been hard walled by the 5th palace like 90% of the community, but now you have the curse of knowledge. Red Rider, the prison bowl. That was the best part of my fucking first P5 playthrough. Fucking Red Rider, the prison bowl. Has been locked down for half the game. Yeah, Lami, you have one goal, okay? You have one goal, one job. And that's to not get hard stuck on the 5th palace boss. Because I'm gonna warn you, the 5th palace is a bit of a difficulty spike. I don't really think it's even that bad, personally, but, you know. Lots of people disagree with that. A lot of people very much disagree with that. Why am I dumb? I forgot to grab the shortcut. Doing the first quest there. Yeah, Persona 5 has a weird relationship with difficulty. Like, a lot of people think that it's like the easiest Mega 10 game, and I just don't understand that. Like, is it super hard? No.
Young man.
But like, I don't know, it's weird how people talk about P5's difficulty. Like, it's not that easy. Like, you can definitely get, you know, fucking SMT moments in in P5. In fact, P5 is the only time I've ever been, like, truly SMT momented, though I did technically survive. But I only survived because Makoto's based. That being, I was full health with Endure and doing perfectly fine, and Joker got hit with Rage by an enemy that repels physical, who definitely wasn't a certain elephant. And, it was immediately Joker's turn next. Joker auto-attacked into the repel physical because of Rage, and Rage also makes you take more damage. And, that instantly one-shotted Joker, proccing his Endure. And then, before anybody had a chance to do, like, anything, because, like, I had another party member that had Rage on them from that, because it's an AoE Rage. And then, so that party member went next, bonked themselves on Gary McCullough's Repel Fizz, and then it went back to Gary McCullough's turn, because, you know, he's a powerful shadow, and powerful shadows act faster than normal shadows. And then after that, like it went to Gary McCullough's turn, and he immediately attacked Joker, who was still on 1 HP from the fucking Rage Endure proc. And the only reason I didn't game over there is because I had Makoto at rank 9, and the rank 9 ability for all the Fam Thieves is a cheat death for Joker. And so Makoto's Joker cheat death proc. But that's probably the closest thing I've ever had to like an honest-to-God SMT moment. Because I'm kind of a, you know, kind of a degenerate at these games, and I know like when the game is about to bullshit me. I can sense when the game is gonna bullshit me. I really should have had at least like one SMT moment in Nocturne, but I definitely like I played really well when I played Nocturne, but I also got really lucky at a bunch of different points. Like it's actually kind of crazy that that I never running. Like, even going through the fucking Assembly of Mudo, I never died. Which is evil, by the way, that they do that. Like, that's to me the most evil thing in Nocturne, is they throw, you know, a dungeon at you where there's a shitload of dark insta-kills, and they don't even give you a resist dark Magatama until after that dungeon. Like, that's fucked. I don't think there's a single resist dark Magatama in the game. There's only like null dark.
Take aim.
30, show me that video of that woman doing Shiva and said she was an above average player within the community. I'm not surprised the community thinks P5 is hard. That's the thing, the community doesn't think P5 is hard. The community thinks P5 is easy. Like, the community is like, oh yeah, Persona 5 is so easy. Game is pathetically easy. Like, why would they make such an easy Mega 10 game? And then if you watch Let's Plays of Persona 5, plenty of people, like, people struggle at plenty of different points in Persona 5. Like, yes, the fifth boss is always a meat grinder, but even fifth boss aside, like, people tend to struggle with lots of different parts in P5 if you actually go and, like, watch Let's Plays. And I don't really think P5's difficulty is all that different from P4's. I think Persona 4's early game is a little harder, not much harder, but I think Persona 5's like mid and late game is a little harder than P4's. P5 also by far has the harder super boss. Like, the super boss in P4 is, I think, the easiest super boss in the series, like in all of Mega 10. Definitely like very close up there. No, P3R is like the easiest of the modern Persona games, I think. It's definitely easier than like the earlier versions of P3, but I think it's also easier than P5. I misunderstood. Yeah. That's great. I don't really... So if we're talking about modern Persona specifically, I think P4 and P5 kind of tie for hardest, personally. Like I said, I think P4 has a slightly harder early game, and I think P5 has a slightly harder mid and late game with a much harder super boss. Original P3 is a test of endurance and frustration. Yeah, original P3 is like... It's very different in terms of the game balance. Though I don't think it's harder to the same degree that a lot of people make it out to be. I think it's just, like, playing in a really min-maxed way in P3, I think is just very unintuitive because of how the game works. Because I think in original P3, the way to like really min-max your playthrough in terms of like the combat sections is you really need to play the main character like they are a support. Nocturne's way harder than P5, I guess. A lot of people say that, yes, and I think on hard mode, that's definitely, I would say, fair to say. I don't think there's like that big a difference between Nocturne and P5 on normal mode. I think Nocturne's difficulty is overblown to a large extent in the community. Hard mode is a different story. Like hard mode, there's a way bigger gap between like Nocturne, normal, and hard than there is in most games in the series, because on hard mode in Nocturne, you literally take double damage. You know, it ain't no like, you know, 30, 40% like in the other games. It's double damage. Like that's a lot. That puts you in one-shot range of a lot of things that wouldn't one-shot you on normal. But in general, I think Nocturne's difficulty is a little overblown.
Right.
And I think Soul Hacker's difficulty is underrated. Like, I never hear people talk about how Soul Hackers 1 is, like, really fucking hard. And I think in a lot of ways, Soul Hackers is harder than Nocturne. Like, I didn't struggle with Soul Hackers, but that's because I'm a degenerate. And I've seen other people play Soul Hackers. Like, I've watched some Let's Plays of it. That game is a fucking meat grinder if you, like, don't actually, like, really pay attention to the mechanics and your team comp and keeping current on gear. Like, that game really fucking messes people up. Soul Hackers 1 fucks people's shit. Dude, Meat Bullet is terrifying. Also, you know what I learned watching other people play? Meat Bullet, yes, it reduces you to 1 HP. But if your defense is... Because it's also like a heavy damage phys skill, right? If your defense is too low, it won't reduce you to 1 HP, it will kill you. It calculates damage in 2 different ways, and if it would reduce you to 0 HP, it will kill you, and if it would not reduce you to 0 HP, it will reduce you to 1. So Meat Bullet is actually like 2 separate attacks in one. So vanilla SMT5 is a little bit harder for Shiva, but not much. And if anything, it's actually a little easier if you come in more prepared, because the level scaling is much more intense in original SMT5. Like, there's still some level scaling in this game, but it's like crazy in original SMT5. And so if you go in at like level 80 to fight Shiva, you're gonna get dumpstered. But if you go in at 99, it's a little bit easier than if you go in at 99 in this game, because then the level scaling is on your side, because Shiva's only level 96, and his ads are only, like, what, 92 or something? Or I can't even use health bombs anymore. FW. OG, she was going to be a bit harder because things like Impaler's Amos got nerfed. Mechanics are a bit different. Super boss considered super boss if you in your max level, optimal gear and such, you're still struggling. I mean, I don't have such a tight definition of a super boss, but I think it's fine to call Shiva a super boss because it is much harder than anything else in the base game aside from Transcendent Lucifer, who is also considered a super boss. And both those bosses are like an order of magnitude harder than anything else in the base game, so I think it's fair to consider them a super boss, but they're not particularly hard. But, also, hard doesn't necessarily mean better. Like, Elizabeth from Persona 3 is one of the hardest super bosses in the series, and I think it's just a terrible fight. Like, it's actually just a fucking terribly designed fight. Yeah, Transcendent Lucifer is the one with 3 phases, the level 99 one.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
Level 99 has 3 phases. But
Oh, you want some?
whereas like Margaret from Persona 4, I think is really easy, like really fucking easy. But I consider her to be a better fight than Elizabeth from Persona 3, because Elizabeth is just such a stupidly designed fight. It's just so bad. Like it makes it to where all of the good personas are bad and the bad personas are good, and so you need to intentionally like min-max bad personas. And to me, like a well-designed fight is one where you can beat it in theory on your first try if you go in with like just kind of a well-rounded, generically good comp that is like min-maxed to the hilt, right? Like if your comp is really min-maxed and it's well-rounded and you play well, then you should be able to win first try. It should be very difficult to win first try because you're going in without knowledge of the mechanics, but you should be able to win. Elizabeth is not possible like that. Like, you cannot beat Elizabeth first try without knowing the fight already. I 100% guarantee you, no one in the history of the fucking human race has ever beaten Elizabeth first try without looking up the fight. It's not possible. The fight is not... Like, the fight is just fundamentally unfair for the player. There's no one, no matter how good, that's ever beaten it first try without already knowing about at least some of the mechanics. Just can't happen, won't happen, not possible. For it's just embarrassing. I think they gave Shiva such low vit because because the level scaling was so harsh in original SMT5. Like if you go in, with personas, they're like level 80, or not personas. Doing it again. If you go in with demons, they're like below level 85. Then if his vit was any higher than 40, then you wouldn't really be able to damage him at all.
This is...
And I don't think they necessarily intend for your demons to be the exact same level as you. I don't think they intended for you to go in with Nahobino at 95 and or 96 and all your demons at 96. Or events level scaling is bad. I mean, I think Atlas agrees, which is why they massively toned it down for this game. Hey, Air Hockey, and yeah, I am back. I've been sick. But I'm all better now. But, like, a super boss that I consider to be well-designed while still being hard is Demi-fiend.
Hey,
because, like, Demi-fiend, yeah, it's a hard fight, It's not, like, super easy. But, in fact, it's hard enough that I would say, like, your average, like, casual player, if they try and fight Demi-fiend, the fight will seem unwinnable to them. Which I think is... I think that's the mark of at least the beginnings of a good super boss, is if your casual player stumbles into it and they think to themselves, how is this even possible? I think that's almost like a necessary component for a super boss to be truly good. But as long as you go in with like a good comp and you don't you don't know anything about the fight, but you just go in with like a team comp that's strong and well-rounded, because you have 24 demon slots, there's no reason to not have a really well-rounded comp, then you can totally first try Demi-fiend. You can do it. You don't... Like, there's nothing, like, preventing you from doing that. Whereas, like, with Elizabeth, there's a very large checklist of stuff that you need to beat the fight. And it's not simply being well-rounded. It's actually, like, not being well-rounded. Like, you need to be, like, specialized in certain very exact specific things, and if you don't have those in your Persona comp, and if you don't know the exact way to utilize those things, then you can't win. Because, like, with Elizabeth, and I understand, by the way, that, like, the other versions of Elizabeth are a little different, though I think the fight is more similar than different between the different versions, so I'm talking specifically about the P3R version, which I think, from what I have heard, and, like, I have looked up the differences between the fights, but from what I have seen, I think P3R is the hardest version of Elizabeth, but there is an asterisk there, which is that the other versions of Elizabeth require a lot more prep work. They require a ton more farming. Because the way the fight works in, like, Fez, for example, the way they're different is, so Elizabeth has, like, 3 distinct phases in,
Hey!
You suck, Dazai. Elizabeth has, like, 3 distinct phases in Persona 3 Reload, whereas in Fez, it's just, like, an 8-turn cycle. And on every 8th turn, you need to use a spell called, like, Infinity or some shit. I think it's called Infinity. And it's a fusion spell, and it makes you immune to all damage. And you need to do that every 8th turn because she fucking hits you with the Mega DN and blows your ass up. Whereas that's, like, not a thing in Reload, and so you don't have that, like, instant one-shot requirement there that needs to be met. And that's important because, like, the fusion spells in P3R, they cost materials to use.
Well,
Not P3R, in, like, P3 Fez, they cost materials to use. And so, you need to have, like, I want to say enough to cast that, like, 10 times or so.
Hey.
But, in P3R, while that's not a thing anymore, they kind of waived that requirement. Her patterns are also much more idiosyncratic in P3R. Like, she has a way bigger mix-up game with her 3 distinct phases. And the 3 distinct phases also make it to where, Oh, and there's one other thing as well with Elizabeth in Fez. When you're getting ready to finish the fight on the turn where you're going to Armageddon her, I believe in Fez, you have to proc her below the 50% threshold with a repel. Because if you don't do it with a repel specifically, then what will happen is she will Diarahan instead, and then you lose. E3... about... You mean Elizabeth not being super boss in P3 Portable? It's a different super boss. Yeah, I did actually hear about that. There's, like, a version of Margaret from Portable, which is, like, the only reason I want to play Portable. But I'm just talking about the Elizabeth fight, though. The point is, so that's like the fight in Fez. Like, that's the differences with Fez is you have to get her below 50% using like a counter or repel, and you need to have the fusion spell materials in order to counter her infinite damage Megadolon. Whereas in Reload, there's just like a whole bunch more bullshit to deal with. You're going to get hit with 2 infinite damage Megadolons throughout the fight, or 1 if you can skip phase 2, which skipping phase 2 is like not that hard, but it's also like not gonna be consistent unless you've like really fucking min-maxed the hell out of that fight with a very specific combo. And most people aren't gonna know to skip phase 2. But, and of course there's some like cheese strats where you completely skip the Diarahan by abusing her AI, but I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about like doing the fight as it's fucking intended. Especially since like the cheese is something that you're probably not realistically gonna figure out when you're progressing the boss. You know, that's something you're only gonna figure out if you really delve deeply into the boss's mechanics. You know, or you see somebody else do it. But, the fact that she hits you with 2 infinite damage Megadolons, guaranteed if you don't do any phase skips and actually do things as intended, is fucking mega bullshit. Because it means you need to have both Endure and Enduring Soul. And it also means you need to preserve both of them throughout the fight when she uses Die For Me, like, fucking constantly. Actually, I don't remember if it's Die For Me or if it's Mamudo on. But it's not important. She fucking uses goddamn insta-kills. And you can't null them. Because if you null them, then that's a rule break and you lose. And so the only way to, like, actually get through that part of the fight without abusing any of the cheese shit is... Where have you been? I've been sick. I has had cold.
A word.
I've been bored for like a week. Me too. Do you think Abdiel was kind toward Dazai from the game because she suspected he was her knowledge? Well, she's not kind to him in Canon of Creation. But no, I think that Abdiel is just doing her usual thing, and if anything, she probably was drawn to him instinctively. And yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Wouldn't be streaming if I wasn't feeling better. But, what was I saying before, though? Brain. Sorry, brain is, melting.
We should move on.
Up, Aogami. Oh yeah, the fact that, like, the boss uses insta-kills and it will prioritize, your Endure and Enduring Soul over the fucking homunculi in your inventory that are designed to eat insta-kills. While also having the absolute requirement, if you don't cheese the fight, if you don't do any phase skip shit, that having the absolute requirement that you have both Endure and Enduring Soul on separate personas, switching to them on specific turns. It's just so bullshit. Like, there's just no way to know to do that other than trial and error. Or somebody else telling you, like looking up the mechanics. Like, you're just never going to... Like, you're not even going to bumble into that. And even if you could, in theory, bumble into that, you know, that's also assuming you don't trigger any of the other rule breaks on the fight. And the rule breaks are very easy to trigger if you don't know the fight already. Because the main rule break for Elizabeth is if you ever stop any of her attacks, you lose. Like, that's the rule break. Which is so fucking stupid. Like, if you cast Tetrakarn or Makarakarn at any point, you lose. If you have any nulls, drains, or repels on any of your personas, then you lose. Unless she doesn't use that skill that turn. And in Reload, you know, it's not like a hard cycle like it is in Fez. Like, in Reload, it's fucking, I should save that stamina incense. In Reload, it's fucking, random. At least partly random what abilities she uses on which turn. Like, there's a range of abilities she can use, it's not fully random, and she can't use a spell that she used last turn, so there are some rules to it. But it's random enough that you can't just, like, bumble into it. Because,
Here you go.
you know, even if you're using like mid-game personas, like, you know, personas whose base level is like 40, they're usually going to have at least one null at that point.
Okay.
And realistically, if you're going into a super boss fight and you're going to have any chance of beating it, then you're probably thinking something along the lines of, I should have strong personas for this fight. I need to have, like, you know, I should be focusing on personas that are, like, base level 85 plus, right? Because they're going to have the highest stats and the best abilities and the best affinities. But wrong, the best affinities are actually the worst affinities. And so what you need specifically is you need to only use Orpheus Telos, which most people are not going to get Orpheus Telos on their first playthrough. With Demi-fiend at least blocking elements just makes Demi-fiend use less variety, and that is one of the main reasons why Demi-fiend is a way better boss fight than Elizabeth. Because with Demi-fiend,
be careful.
It's a trade-off. With Demi-fiend, if you, like, you know, stack yourself to the hilt with fucking nulls and repels and drains, it's going to give you short-term turn tempo, and in exchange, it's going to make the fight harder in the long term. It's a trade-off. One isn't better than the other, it's just different. Whereas, with Elizabeth, if she hits a single null repel or drain at any point in the fight, it's just over. You lose. And it's just so dumb. Because it means that if you're not using just Orpheus Telos, which is what I did. I used Orpheus Telos, and the only other personas that I used were personas where I was switching on the specific turns where you're supposed to have a specific thing up, like where you're supposed to consume your Endure or your Enduring Soul. Because Orpheus Telos, he resists all by default, which is your only clue as to what Elizabeth's rule break is before the fight starts. And I actually considered that as well. I thought, like, with Orpheus Telos having nothing but resist, is this like a case of if I enter the fight with, like, fucking any nulls, repels, or drains, you just lose? No way they would be that retarded, right? Because that would be the dumbest mechanic ever for a boss. That was the mechanic for the boss. I underestimated their stupidity. But, of course, even if I knew that, I wouldn't have first tried the fight, because, you know, they hit with fucking an insta-kill and having it consume something that it shouldn't, or not having Endure or Enduring Soul on the right turn. Or it could be worse. It could be broken hitbox Lilith and not even fighting Diablo in a Diablo game. I suppose that's true. But, yeah, the way that fight is designed is just dumb. Because even once you, like, have everything that you need for the fight, you still need to know what her phase change percentages are. And, like, when exactly she's going to do the, like, infinite damage attacks for you to use your cheat deaths. And so, there's just, like, no way to know that beforehand. That isn't bad, Sir Ross. That's just a shit game. I mean, that's true. Rest in peace, Diablo. Fusion personas, I noticed you can go in and out of a new persona fusion, and it'll highlight different stats to buff from Arcana, but like it's different if less stats get buffed compared to all of them. So I believe the stat increases on level up are random, which is why it shows that. Somebody got manure for me? Makoto's persona's cooler. I believe in Makoto supremacy. I can talk, I swear. Where the fuck am I going? I don't remember. Go this way. Pain feels too pretentious. Care about that. This way. Now that I killed fucking Hellbiker, now I need to go into the World of Shadows. Otherwise, the next stage of the Fiend quest won't spawn.
Return.
Won't spawn.
Indeed.
Ooze.
Hey!
I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Never played this game. I heard it's about demons. Bit reductive. I would say this game is about human history and the differences in cultures examined through the lens of a metaphor. Sorry, Theon, gotta blow you up, bitch. Lies and slander, scans about booba and waifus.
You sealed your own fate!
Stop, please!
Shut up, Tao. Konoha Sakuya is best girl. Leo is a slut. Damn. That's right, run from me, peasants. Masakado, Giga Chad. Your little SD persona needs to really take off is shiny forms of demon slash personas. All the Pokemon fanatics out there buy a copy so fucking fast. It's free money for nothing more than reskins. Oh my god, no. Anything else is stream lagging? There's nothing on my end. No, I'm right though. I don't really know that much about the Pokemon community though, and how much of that is like brand loyalty. Which cup? You gonna play the new PoE League? Or does it depend on what they show in the reveal? There's nothing to play right now, so yes, fair enough. I want to come on PoE 2 though. Oh, interesting. This is good. There's nothing to play. Elden Ring DLC, SMT 5. The thing I check online are penal labors. No way in hell I know how to get a persona with an exact skill. Yeah, I never had much issue with that. I went pretty hard into trying to learn how fusions actually work. The underlying logic of fusions is so complicated. I've listed 2 games that I already played. You have not played SMT 5. Have you? I have through you. Ah, I see. Huh? Get out of my head. No. By being your first Megaten game? Yeah. I'm a degenerate with these sorts of things. I don't know everything about the mechanics of a game. Gives me anxiety. Oh. 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 That goddess hoe. Some of those lines are unintentionally very funny. Goddess hoe or goddess of hoes? Why not both? Why not both? Gonna face someone in your I don't know. I think you're asking something about couch co-op with PoE2, but no, I'm not very interested in couch co-op. I don't like playing ARPGs with other people in general. Like, ARPGs I think work best as a solo game. Bother with that Magatsu rail. Fuck it. Oh. Oh. Go. Yeah, no, you're probably right. That's probably what he said, Skinny. But no, I don't have any interest in doing like any kind of couch co-op. I just want to grind loot like a degenerate. Exactly what Artemis said. True. True. Azai is such a bitch. Just teleport. Teleport. Don't remember how to get up there. Oh yeah, that's this way. Know where I'm going. Yeah, true, Skinny. Probably what he's thinking.
Young man, I'm detecting what appears. However, Lamu's attention is fixed on his target. We may be able to catch him off guard.
Take down Lamu. What new game is this?
Understood.
This is Cycle 4.
Enough of this driveling. I shall take your life first.
Yeah, this is the fourth playthrough. Cycle number 4. Is there alt pass? Yeah, there's 6 different endings and 2 different routes. And there's also 2 super bosses I haven't beaten yet, one of which unlocks a new difficulty. Which was the best ending? So far, the one that I personally agree with the most is Canon of Creation True Neutral. My second choice would probably be Canon of Vengeance Law. Also, speaking of those super bosses, I'm planning to do one of those today. Planning to fight True Masakado, I can access him.
Itsukishima.
Maybe not as soon as I
Now
can
that you
access him.
mention
I
it,
probably want
I
to
don't see Iso
get to the
either.
end of the game first.
Young man,
So I can get those extra stat boosts.
has your world truly come to this then? A dear friend's death is a single drop in a sea of loss?
Isn't the difficulty technically hard as last difficulty? Godborn is a new game plus option. Newborn, Reborn, Godborn, though it does make the game harder. Oh, I actually didn't realize that.
If that is the
Interesting.
case, I shall devote all my strength to you so you may stave off your own death. Fixating on the past cannot change its course, no matter how one may desire it. Instead, we can only redouble our efforts to ensure their deaths were not in vain.
I like Aogami. He's such a bro. Teleport now that I've seen that scene. Doesn't let you teleport there until after you've talked to Aogami. Now we go back to Tokyo. Other main ones, bad endings or neutral. There's only one bad
Good work,
ending,
everyone.
which is the Canon of Creation neutral ending. Not to be confused with Canon of Creation true neutral ending. What happens in neutral ending? I don't know yet because I haven't spoiled myself on it, though I have a pretty good idea. I suspect you destroy the throne of God and then the world just kind of deteriorates. Alright, I need to do the Turbo Granny quest. Is an agility bomb. Damn it. Wait, right here. Goes through this spot. SMT equals everyone dies the series, pretty much. Forget all the spots where she runs by. She goes through right here. Also right there, okay.
Young man,
He goes through here, right? +1 agility bomb. Feels good, man. I think that's pretty much the difference between the two series. Like, I don't think that's actually, like, sarcastic or inaccurate. Now, I'm not sure that's always reflected in the music, but, that's pretty much, that is pretty much the difference between SMT and Persona. Or I need to go to the frickin' dorm roof. But, you know, that's, I think that there's actually narrative implications there as well. The point being that, the Persona users are extremely powerful because they actually have the capability to save the world, which is not really something that happens in SMT. They, like, I straight up think Persona users are on the same level as the Nahobino, because that's basically what they are. I mean, you know, even like Lou Garo, you know, the werewolf demon in Canon of Creation, Aogami says that Lou Garo is kind of like a Nahobino because it was a human that turned into a demon, and so that's almost the same thing. And so if you can make that, like, if you can draw that connection there of saying, like, a human that turned into a demon is kind of like a Nahobino, then I would say,
I see. I'm glad to see your own goals are aligned with Bethel's. When one's personal will and their organization's goals are in conflict, I imagine it could cause great strife. It would be best for you to avoid such an experience. Just know there's no need for you to ever hold back your thoughts from me. No matter how you may feel, you can always trust me. With that said, let us move on to our mission with haste.
But, yeah, what was I saying? You know, if you can say that something like a Lou Garo is basically a Nahobino, then I think that goes, you know, doubly so for Persona users. Right? Yeah. Because, you know, it seems to me like the ultimate power in the verse is you know, combining demonic power, or rather the power of an archetype. Because, you know, a demon is almost like a propagandistic word, right? Like, they're not really demons, they're archetypes. And it's combining, you know, the power of an archetype with the, you know, the knowledge-filled soul of a human. That's the ultimate power in Megami Tensei.
Young man.
And, you know, I would say that that Persona users are one of the highest expressions of that power.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Over here!
Don't worry about what SMT 6 will look like, because SMT 5 seems more optimistic. might be the wrong way to put it, but let's say more optimistic than previous SMT games, at least from what I've seen from you playing them. I think part of P5's feel over SMT is more positive and less depressing story. I don't think it's going to go full Persona or anything, but I wonder how far in that direction they might take it. Yeah, I mean, they definitely have made SMT more like Persona, to try and, you know, appeal to the Persona demographic, because, you know, Persona started as a spin-off of SMT and is now by far the bigger franchise. And I think Atlas thinks correctly that there is the possibility of bridging those two audiences and expanding their overall reach, though they're going to have to do that very carefully. Like, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to make SMT more like Persona, but they're going to have to be very careful with the specific ways that they do that. But I do feel like the endings of at least SMT 1 and 2 were fairly optimistic. Especially SMT 2, I feel like had a pretty optimistic ending for the neutral route. Don't want to go down here ever, right? Like, Nocturne was really, like, kind of what to me seems like the start of a larger arc.
It was my
about the nature of reality and, like, why things are the way they are.
Well,
so I don't know how SMT 4 fits into that, because from what I've heard, this game is, like, most people consider this game to basically be Nocturne 2, and I think that's a relatively fair assessment from what I've seen. I don't think there's really anything from SMT that they can add into Persona, because Persona has already branched from SMT. Like most of the things that exist in Persona are already from SMT. So I don't think there's really much more that they can pull from without specifically changing the series in a way that they probably don't want to. I'm very curious to see, like, what the themes of SMT4 are. It almost makes me want to skip straight to SMT4. Like, I'm tempted to just, like, not play Persona 2 Eternal Punishment and not play the Raito games and Digital Devil Saga and just jump straight to 4 and 4A. Because I'm very curious how it fits into the mainline games. But, at the same time, I also don't want to do that because I know that within the next few years there's going to be a remaster / port of SMT4. Like, it's gonna happen. They are gonna port the 4 duology to Steam. Like, 10 million %. And I'd really like to play that version rather than emulating the fucking DS version. And so I almost feel like I should actually, if anything, delay SMT4 intentionally. How much of Hades did you complete? I haven't played Hades 2 at all. Hades 1, I completed the whole thing. I 100%ed the game. Well, I didn't do all the fucking heats, of course, because, you know, only like one person in the world, I think, has done all heat. Like, I saw all the story stuff for Hades 1. I got the true ending. Yeah, like, I know they're gonna make porting SMT4 a priority, because Atlas, I think, has, like, I don't know what happened with Atlas, because Atlas used to be, like, if I'm looking at, like, the history of the company, I think they used to have, like, a really poor grasp of the market, and something happened. I don't know if it was, like, you know, Atlas West having, like, a really good social media team and being, like, really in touch with the Western audience, or what, but Atlas seems to have a much better idea of what they're doing now compared to, like, say, you know, 8 years ago. So far we got Nocturne and 5 ports. Well, it's a lot more than just that, actually, because they also, before, like, let's, like, rewind back to Persona 5, okay? So, like, 2016, Persona 5 comes out. Persona 5 didn't have a global release. Like, let alone, you know, fucking multi-platform. It didn't have a fucking global release. It came out in Japan before it came out in America. And obviously that is, like, you know, that's like the death knell for a game's potential popularity. Like, not having global release, even back in 2016, is, like, not something that you should be doing. Like, you really want to have global release for your game if you want people to actually fucking care about it. And, Persona 5 was also an exclusive for, I want to say it was PS3 and PS4 only. So, yes, Persona 5 was developed as a PS3 game. You know, Atlas being 10 billion years behind in technology compared to everybody else. So that's not quite the case anymore. They've definitely caught up. And so then it's like Royal came out next, right? And Royal, I think Royal had global release, but was also like PS4 exclusive when it first came out. And then it was like, after that, Strikers came out, which Strikers was not global release. It came out in Japan, you know, before it was released in the US. And Strikers was fairly recent. That was like 2021 when Strikers came out. And I don't know if Soul Hackers 2 was global release. SMT 5, or was Strikers 2019? No, Strikers was 2019. But then SMT 5 came out in like 2021.
Would you be so kind as to prove my point?
Shut up, game. I can't skip right now. But SMT 5 came out and it was, you know, Switch exclusive. But then after that, things changed. Like, they ported P5R to Steam, right? To Steam and like the other modern consoles. And then, like, after that point, it's like a switch was flipped. Like, they started realizing, like, oh, we need to, like, actually make our games available for people. And P3R was the first game that Atlas has ever released that was a global release, so the West and Japan got it same day, and also multi-platform at the same time. Yeah, it was the first Atlas game to do that. And now SMT5 Vengeance has followed the same format. And actually, before SMT5 Vengeance, Persona 5 Tactica. Persona 5 Tactica did the same thing. They were like, okay, global release, multi-platform. Persona 3 Reload, global release, multi-platform. SMT5 Vengeance, global release, multi-platform. Like, they have completely changed their business model from what it was even just a few years ago. And now they're starting to realize, as they have pulled in more of a, like, you know, PC gaming audience, that people really want to play their older games, but it's just a cock and a half to do so. And so they know that it is in their interest to, like, you know, to make their older catalog of games more readily accessible. One of the big things I did not like with P5 was the calendar system, just because I don't like having my progression missable. I agree with you about that, but Persona 5 has like a different, or rather Persona has a different feel to it than like any other series I've ever played like that, where it's like, you know, it's like timed. Like a good example of that is like Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. That game, I enjoyed it, but it was like, you know, the time on it like fucking killed me. Like I fucking hated that shit. I don't like having my progression missable, especially to that degree, but I love the characters. ST5, I don't really care about any of these characters. I really like Yakumo as a character. Part of that reason is that I know it's not going to end well for any of them. I'm just not going to get attached to a character that's fated to die. It's just not going to happen. The story for SMT is always, to me, going to be an intellectual pursuit. I mean, I think that's fair to some extent, but I mean, I care about the character's goals and ideologies. And I think Yakumo is a fantastically written character and will never get the credit he deserves, because, like, you guys know, like, the Rick and Morty meme of, like, you know, you have to have a really high IQ to understand Rick and Morty? Like, unironically, you gotta have a really high IQ to understand, I won't say to, like, understand SMT, but to, like, understand some of the characters in SMT with how they're written. Like, you actually have to, like, you know, you have to be someone that's actually capable of fucking thinking. Where is... Oh, I guess he doesn't spawn yet. I remember how P5 makes me feel. Once there's something about SMT5, I won't really go back and think about it again. And yeah, fair enough. I'm someone that I'm very interested in ideas. Like, I'm also interested in people, but... You know...
I'm here.
I find many things about SMT to be very, very interesting. It's almost hard to put into words. These motherfuckers. So what's up, Cobb? Why am I getting bread? Did I say something racist? Am I getting canceled? Fuck. It was a good run, boys. Nice knowing you, chump. Goodbye forever, I'm being cancelled. Yakumo I'll give you is the best character of the cast. I just not attached to him emotionally. There's no one else that hits as hard as that moment. You know the one. I always think the fan thesis peak badasses because of that moment. Non-spoilers for Lamy. I don't even know what moment you're talking about because there's so many good moments in Persona 5. Like there's so many things in Persona 5, especially towards the second half of the game, that I think are just peak fucking fiction. But, like, how should I put this? So, it's not so much that I attach to Yakumo emotionally, But I feel like I understand Yakumo in the sense of, like, I understand, like, how Yakumo views the world as being a set of intractable problems. And I sympathize with that. Because Yakumo realizes that the world is a very deeply flawed, fucked up place. And he realizes that he's not like a doomer, though. Because, like, Yakumo isn't someone that thinks that, like, the world is unfixable. It's just, like... It's like, there are solutions to the problems that the world has. But the solutions are, like, unattainable, right? So it's like impossible to fix the problems of the world in the sense of, like, you don't have enough oomph to get there. You don't have enough power, enough persuasiveness. Like, you're not good enough to do it. But it's not impossible on, like, a technical level. It's not impossible to fix the world in the sense of, like, there are viable solutions. It's just reaching those viable solutions is impossible. And so the things that Yakumo wants are out of his reach. And, like, I understand that. Like, I get that. And I wouldn't necessarily say it gives me an emotional attachment to the character, but, I understand the way he feels. Mommy's keyboard went to French. I think that was kind of meant to be a lie. It's something he wants to believe but actually doesn't. But he ends up feeling like a failure and a hypocrite in the end. Well, that's partially true, but it's more of that Yakumo sees people as like let's look at your average like person living in Tokyo. Your average person living in Tokyo is living under the protection of Bethel, right? They are living there because of the Shekinah glory restoring Tokyo, and it's Bethel that protects the city. But Yakumo knows that Bethel is part of the status quo. They are part of the system, and that status quo is inherently harmful to humans in a way that most people will never actually be able to understand, because they lack the spiritual insight to see what's really going on. That's nice, Cert. And so, like, it's like, have you ever seen The Matrix? You know how Morpheus says in The Matrix that the people that are part of the system will fight to defend it, even if they're, like, technically innocent people? It's basically the exact same concept here. By partaking in the system, by living under the protection of Bethel, the common man is complicit in their own destruction. And that is very frustrating to Yakumo, because Yakumo is someone that is blessed with an incredible degree of spiritual power and insight. And he's frustrated that other people can't see the same things that he does. It's like he's it's like he's got a 130 IQ, and he's living with a bunch of people that are 90 IQ, that don't realize that their actions are contributing to the destruction of the world. But he doesn't hate those people that are 90 IQ. He just wishes they would stop fucking everything up, And he feels like he should have the power to fix things because, you know, he was blessed with this fucking ridiculous level of power, but it's not good enough, though. It's not enough to solve those problems. Yeah, Yakumo's a knower, and he's really frustrated that everybody else isn't a knower. Okay, you got the perma-pick already, Lamy? You were really lucky with drops if you already have the stuff to craft the perma-pick. That usually takes a while.
So, he has chosen you, has he?
I love this scene.
Death was at your heels the very moment you first held that menorah.
Why is the auto so slow on these scenes? Do it myself.
Were you aware that there are worlds far beyond the one you see here? In fact, we have all gathered from a world of our own. Now, Bino, thou hast the right to remake this world as thou seest fit. But in order to do so, thou shalt require power. Power unmatched by any and all who oppose thee. Indeed, for his goal is to break free from the primordial cycle of creation and destruction. The ruler remakes the world. The ruler falls. The world is reborn, time and again. It is this endless loop, this incontestable rule, from which he seeks to escape. Only by breaking away from this eternal ring can he truly be free. And it is for this grand purpose that we have gathered. We shall await you here. The entwinement of our fates with yours will open the door to the future he has sought for so very long.
Yeah, you got unimaginably lucky, Lamy. Because usually it takes a few hours of grinding to get the perma-pick with max items at the end of the game. Like, people usually get perma-pick around, like, 7th or 8th Palace. And it's usually something you have to target farm on specific floors of Mementos. Gain perma-pick by 4th Palace is, like, you know, insane unless you spend, like, 20 plus hours grinding. Left with 3 liquid mercury and 24 aluminum sheets left over after making it? What the fuck? That's... The liquid mercury especially is insanely lucky. Like, liquid mercury has such a low drop rate.
Man.
It's democratic. I'm gonna agree with Dazai because I'm going law route here.
He does, doesn't he? I mean, isn't it the leader's job to be on top of things? For someone with no confidence in themselves, like me, I just feel so insecure. I just want him to make a decision. If confidence isn't exactly your strong point, then it helps to have someone with a plan. Someone like Master Abdiel. Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to hold you up. Let's both be careful out there, yeah?
Oh, maybe not 30 hours. 30 hours of grinding if you don't know where to go. Because the liquid mercury only drops on specific floors. So if you're just like grinding randomly, it'll take you like 30 hours usually. It'll take you less than that. Like only a few hours usually if you know exactly what floors to grind on. Still crazy. Yeah, like if you're just going like up and down floors, like most of your kills aren't eligible to get liquid mercury because it, like I said, it only drops from specific enemies on specific floors. I'm at the end of the zone now, so I need to do the things that give bombs and such. Yeah, it seems very interesting knowing that Abdiel basically is Dazai because they share the same knowledge. Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like the archetype and their knowledge are drawn to each other in like more ways than one. Like they're drawn to each other in the sense of you know, in the sense of like, you know, going in the sense of like they're going to find each other inevitably, but they're also drawn to each other in another sense of like they're going to inherently agree. Which is funny because Abdiel, you know, she's like kind of hard on Dazai a couple of times. More so in Creation than Vengeance, but I think that was done on purpose because Abdiel kind of hates herself. I love cheating at this fucking race. Also implies that perhaps Abdiel's confidence is at least partially put on because she really just wants her god to return and tell her what to do. Oh yeah, Abdiel's incredibly insecure. She's not confident at all. Like, she basically tweaks the fuck out when Aogami shows up. Because, she knows that, that Aogami saw her weakness. Because, you know, fucking Lucifer showed up at Armageddon, and what did Abdiel do? She stood there, paralyzed with fear. And everybody else that was there at Armageddon, you know, presumably died. And so, Aogami's the only one that knew that she was, you know, that when the chips were down, you know, she was a cowardly failure. You know, Lucifer said that he killed God, and what did Abdiel do in response? She just stood there and cowered. You know, that's why she's so upset when Aogami shows up. Because she knows that Aogami saw her at her weakest.
I am the White Rider of the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, shut up.
Fiend, he spoke of so he or
Yeah, I just got done talking about that for like 15 minutes, Lummy. Alright, next one is down here. See, some angels charged and got wiped out, and Abdiel basically ordered the retreat. Algami luckily follows the demon's charge, with the main force either around with Abdiel, which basically banned the innocence that's being between the lines and inferring because you don't actually know what happened. Yeah, but I think it's mentioned in some random ass dialogue that nobody except Abdiel really knows what happened at Armageddon, implying that everyone that was there maybe didn't necessarily die right away. But, like, over the years, as Bethel has lost forces, all those lesser angels that were there were killed off over time. So that Abdiel's the only one that actually remembers what happened. And, you know, that matters, of course, because Abdiel never told anyone what Lucifer said, that God is dead. And also, she doesn't really even acknowledge the existence of Lucifer. You know, because everyone treats Oriok as the Lord of Chaos, you know, with the presumption that Lucifer doesn't exist anymore. Like beings like Masakato know, especially since he actually serves Lucifer. Masakato doesn't serve Lucifer. Masakato is the guardian of Tokyo. You meant Demi-fiend. And yeah, like, I'm sure that there are plenty of, like, oh, Mastema. Yeah, Mastema is a servant of Satan, not Lucifer. He's a servant of Satan and, the Great Will. But, yeah, there's like a few people that know, but when I say like nobody knows what happened except Abdiel, I don't mean like nobody in the entire verse. I mean nobody within the Bethel faction. Abdiel is keeping the truth of what happened that day close to her chest. I went the wrong way, Dirt. I need to fall on the other side. I called Lucifer as Lord, and Lucifer from a different reality gave him his essence, proof his defeat at MC's hands. No, his Lord is Satan. Mastema went and scooped up fucking Lucifer's essence. Because he says that, you know, his master that he serves is not, you know, God, but Satan. But yes, he does mention how somebody from another reality, I think it was Lucifer, gave him Lucifer's essence to prove that he was defeated. But he's not a servant of Lucifer, though. He's a servant of Satan. I don't remember the specifics of what Mastema said. I definitely remember him specifically saying that he's a servant of Satan. And Satan clarifies that he judges on behalf of the Mandala system. I'll be getting back there in a day or two, so when I'm back on Canon of Vengeance, doing my chaos route, I'm definitely going to pay a lot of attention to what Massimo said. Because Massimo's whole thing is like he wanted to summon forth his lord. And he said that his lord is the combination of, what did he say? God's poison, God's light, and God's malice. And that being, that being Samael, poison of God, Lucifer, the light of God, and Massimo, the malice of God. Other thing, derp. Stating me as certain Lucifer and Lucifer basically wanted you to face Satan as a means to attack the mandala system. Well, I don't know if you know, but that's not Mandala effect, it's Mandela effect, as in Nelson Mandela, who was the president of South Africa. A mandala is a geometric pattern to conceptualize the universe. Everyone knows it's Mandala effect. And I'm pretty sure Massimo says that his master is Satan. I distinctly remember that. I don't remember half the other shit he said, but that definitely stuck with me, the whole, like, my master is Satan. Because it's the first time they name drop Satan in this game.
Be careful.
Gotta fight Ishtar here. I'll fight her with 8 press turns. I don't give a shit. Fight, bitch. God, her English voice is so bad.
God has scorned. I shall wipe you from existence.
Like, hers is the only bad voice in the whole game. So I just realized that's very interesting lore that she drops there. I need to go read that again later. What the specifics of what she says there about the whole 5,000 years ago thing. Because that means the condemnation is really fucking recent in terms of, like, in terms of multiversal history. She voiced by one of the chipmunks. What? Could hear it clear in Deus's video. Oh, that's funny. Hello again, Andre. Is it this way? It's this way. Alright, come here, Pale Rider. I can't check Satan's lore because I haven't beaten him. No chipmunks. Alan, Simon, Theodore. Yeah. Isn't that like a kid's cartoon? I haven't seen that in like 4 billion years. Could fight him and check. I can't beat Satan. I mean, I don't have a save back, you know, like 3 new game cycles ago. I can't beat Satan without turning it down to safety. I mean, I probably could now. I have an actual strat that I think will work, and I think stats that will be, you know, strat that I think will work, and stats that are sufficient to pull it off. The Japanese voice usually always superior. I think the English voice acting for this game is fantastic in almost all cases. I would not say the Japanese voices are superior in general. Ishtar's voice specifically just sucks. Auto chair worse than Vlad's wood chipper. Yeah, I don't even think I have a save back on my first playthrough of Canon of Vengeance to fight Satan. And if I did, I'd only be able to beat him by turning it down to safety. Because Satan is not meant to be beaten on your first playthrough. You go through like 3 or 4 playthroughs before you fight Satan. There's a very clear progression of boss difficulty from like the base game to fighting Masakado, and then True Masakado, and then Satan. What kind of stat spread do you think you need for Satan? You need enough damage to kill the ads, to keep him from gaining infinity abilities and Magatsui skills and heals. You also need enough damage to where, you know, you can kill him sometime this century, because he's very, very tanky. He has like almost 200 vitality. You need to either 3-man the fight, which will make the damage requirements much harder, or you need to have enough vitality and other defenses to not get one-shotted by Megado Arc. So it's kind of a combination of all that stuff. And my personal plan is I'm going to try to get enough HP and vitality on everybody that they can survive Megado Arc, with having I plan to use Kanabi Veil every turn on Nahobino for the 30% damage reduction to the whole party. I'm literally going to use that every single turn. And I'm also going to have Danu in the party for an extra 15% DR as long as we maintain double Rakukaja. And the enemies very rarely do any kind of Dikaja, Dikunda shenanigans. Like, they don't really clear buffs and debuffs on the fight at all, from what I saw. You know, aside from if you give Satan Dikaja on, which is actually not a bad thing to do. I think that's one of the better Magatsui skills to give him. You definitely don't want to give him the one that heals him to full. And then you're... You know, I'm not sure the fight's winnable if you give him that. Bombs... yeah, my plan, like I said, is basically Hanabi Veil plus Danu passive, and I'm gonna try and keep Taunt up on Nahobino as well. Because if anyone can survive Megado Arc consistently, it'll be Nahobino. Oh, that was bullshit. I went slightly too soon. That thing was turned off. I'll be more patient, game. Also, I don't think I'm actually gonna end up beating the game again tonight. Forgot about Demon King's Castle. Between this and fucking Masakado. Happen unless I stream extremely late tonight. That way, or this way. As I use Fierce in case of debuffs, rather than those just better taunt, though I think there's does evasion instead of defense. Don't remember unless the customer MP and MP becomes a problem. You'll figure it out, I'm sure. Yeah, I didn't really looked at the taunt skills, because you know, I'm gonna look at the taunt skills later when I actually planning out the build. But yeah, the hope is that MC and Masakado can handle the ads.
I sense it.
No, I don't know. I could bench Danu and use Amon. That's definitely something I'm still considering, and is one reason I haven't spent my magic incense yet. Because I know for true Masakado, I definitely want Danu. Because, yeah. Fuck true Masakado. But, sorry, I'm just thinking. Because I think I'll have more than enough HP to survive Megiddo Arc regardless. Like, I think just Kanabi Veil plus all the extra vid I've gotten should make it to where Megiddo Arc's damage is kind of trivial. Like, I suspect it will do something like 400 damage. Which, as long as I'm using Sakuya Sakura a lot, then that should be fine. Possibly gameplay could be a fit Chimeran somehow because he gives Taunters an extra cheat death. I don't think the cheat death is even really that good necessarily. If anything, I would actually consider dropping Enduring Soul. Just running the Whittled Goat. Might drop Enduring Soul for extra passives. Because if I'm proccing cheat death, like already knowing like how the fight works, then I think it's already a failed attempt. Because Satan doesn't seem like a fight with a ton of RNG. It just seems like, you know, you're picking a specific puzzle, and you have to find a puzzle that is beatable with your stat spread, like with your stat spread and comp. And, you know, like I said, I think I've got that figured out. It's not like he has chaotic will or anything as far as I know. Yeah, I mean, I fought Satan for like 2 hours before I gave up. All one attempt. And, so I think I've seen everything the boss does, unless he, like, you know, goes fucking sicko mode at the end of the fight or something. Like, who knows, maybe he turns on the fucking hacks when you, like, get him into red health or something. He seemed like a pretty consistent fight. I think what I want to do is, I think I'm gonna go for a fire caster, which I think I'll probably just turn Danu into. I'll probably just give her like Augie Barian or something. And that'll be at least part of how I do my damage. Fucking way, am I retarded? Oh right, you gotta get like over there. Right, I remember now. Get yourself yeeted. I always have to think about this part at least a little bit. But yeah, I think I'm gonna let him absorb. I forget who it was. Oh, whoops. Right. I think we're gonna let him absorb the one that's got Ikaja on and has fire weakness and no fizz res. And then Masakado will do Figment Slash, and MC will do Figment Slash, and I'll probably do whatchamacallit, Augie Barian on Danu just for press turns. And then the other like potential swap would be I could run Amon for better ad clear, because you know he's got Megiddo Flame, which is one of the best fire spells in the game, and it will also damage the ads and will generate press turns against Satan if I force fire weakness. So that's a potential option. Depends on if I need the 15% DR from Danu's passive. Which I don't think I will with Kanabi Veil plus all the vitality I have. Because I had, like, a lot less vitality when I first tried Satan. I had a lot less vitality and also even less HP. I think the more I think about it, actually, the more I think that's what I want to do. I don't think that... I think for Masakado, Danu is like fucking... You know, you want the Danu for Masakado, because Masakado just... He can go sicko mode. Like, he has the damage potential. He has the damage to just fucking 100 to 0 your ass very easily. He can just tear your fucking team apart in seconds. Because the scary thing about Masakado is, you know, he gets 7 press turns, and he can crit, right? In fact, he's designed to crit. He has high crit chance. And that is just like, you know, that's terrifying. Like when one Freykugel can nearly fucking one-shot MC, like that's like, what the hell? Actually, I did get one-shot by Freykugel when I tried Masakado. That way... Correctly, right? Yes, good. That's why I want all that damage reduction for Masakado, because, yeah, I'm gonna fuck. Yeah, fuck, and I'm gonna want to stack that Vit for him. And once I get through that, I think I'm gonna start going for Strength Vit Luck when I get the free stats from doing story progression. Clear down with spear. 30 minutes, 6 second IGT. Oh, nice. Congrats, Cobb. So you're, I'm guessing you're playing a lot of Hades. Grind it whenever I'm not playing Apex or Battlefield. My solo grind is not until PoE League hype comes back. Nope, just a few days until we get the League reveal. Gotta start from like the furthest point here, right? Right here. It right here. Or is it actually the other side? I don't remember which one is the starting point here. One of these fucking things. That's where you're supposed to go, so yeah, it's not these ones. It would be one back here. I think it is this one. Oh, right, duh. You need to go like this. Go up here, and then you wait for this one. You have a list of quests to do. Doing NG Plus for stats. Yeah, it's a really, really, really short list, though. It's like, you need to do the Turbo Granny one, and then, in Canon of Creation, it's, there's one where you get agility bombs from doing the demon relay race thing in the 3rd zone, which the equivalent in Canon of Vengeance is the Mad Gasser quest that gives you, I think, luck bombs. And then there's like the quest where you kill Futsunushi or Adramelech, and then there's the DLC quest. Like, there's not very many quests that give bombs. Most of your stats are going to come from doing the one thing, story progression. Every time you do a main story quest, you know, you get the +3.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do Mimons on this playthrough. I don't think I'm gonna do Mimons on any more playthroughs at all. I think I have, like... I think I have more than enough stats. Like, my, I'm good in terms of stats. I don't need to torture myself doing Mimons every playthrough. I did them for my first 3 playthroughs, and that's enough. I don't need to do Mimons again. Quest give incense. There might be I think there's a couple of quests to give incense, but there's not very many. Those are pretty rare. Very few quests to give incense. Right, yeah, you jump down here, I remember. I remember. What do you think is the best way to target farm HP and MP incense? I don't think I found a way to target farm those other than, you know, just the generic incense target farm. I've already got 205 vitality. Gigavit. Need more though. More vit. You know, only that instance you got certain spots. Like I know there's one spot for HP on the bridge near the Egypt demons, and you see it if it pops. Once it does, then you save in front and save scan until the incense drops. Rinse and repeat. Is that how that works? I thought incense and bombs specifically were not actually truly target farmable through the companion drops. Like the navigator drops. I thought the navigator points were a once per playthrough sort of thing. That's what the internet said at least. I never bothered to test it. Frankly, I didn't care all that much. Wait there. I'll fuck that up. I think I could hit the cycle there. How did that not get me there? It happened to me last time too, and I actually don't know what caused that. Not like go far enough or go too far or whatever. I feel like I did the exact same thing there. Whatever. Whatever, game. I gotta go here and go through this one, right? Easy clap. Some points have once per playthrough as the first use of the point. Other points have them in the drop table. They're not as rare as say essences. They're not common either. You just have to find one that gives you the drop you're looking for. Then it can always give that drop. But you have to zone /DN / World of Shadows. I think World of Shadows works to get it to respawn. Interesting. See. Yeah, I definitely would like to have some more, like, HP and stamina incense specifically. Like, I'd like to give Masakato some more MP, and I'd like to give Danu some more HP. Bridge has a lot of essence and suture drop points, and all are easily accessible in a quick fashion on the bridge.
Be careful.
Powerful demon ahead.
You are quite...
God's order will never die.
What Bethel's angels fed you? Or is that what you truly believe? It is of no consequence. I will not sit idly by as you dig around in scattered dirt. The throne is now godless. The time to reclaim knowledge and reform is at hand.
Night, Cobb.
Death shall befall our opposers. I will crush you in the jaws of retribution.
I don't know if I can beat Auriok. He's pretty strong. Pretty tough boss. Surprised the Decarabias live through fucking Gaia Rage. They lived a crit Gaia Rage. Crazy. They live that though.
Is this how I meet my end?
Yeah, shut up, Auriok. You're too harsh on people.
He and I are in accord. I presumed you were acting on behalf of all humanity. Perhaps I was mistaken.
I need not answer the likes of you.
Ah, Yakumo. So this is where you were. Did something happen that I might...
Nothing.
Yeah, that's interesting to know, Skinny.
Not
I might make some use of that, because that's like the one instance that I really feel like I could use some more of. The HP and MP ones. Go into the World of Shadows, spawn the next part here. On Mother Harlot and Trumpeter. I'd beat the 4 riders. Oh yeah, that's another quest you always want to do, is the Return of the True Demon. You don't need to do the last part, like you don't need to beat Demi-fiend, but you do need to do the other parts. Go back to Tokyo. I am going to take a quick break, guys. Those are the sets you can't buy in Godborn? Oh, shit. Huh. Well, I'm definitely gonna do some farming of those then. So you say it's by the bridge for, like, Bethel, Egypt? What I'm hearing is I need to do those quest chains. Probably do a little bit of farming on that. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I have returned. I would jump on Makoto if she didn't need saving. With permission, of course. Oh, man. Oh, nice. Thanks, Skinny. I appreciate that.
Listen.
First, Morgan Ryuji seemed to check under his skirt, and it okay and started on those scenes.
Do you have a
But
sec?
I don't really have much to say about those scenes. I mean, I think
man.
people, like, overreact a lot about those. I mean, like, I've seen people on the internet say, like, how could they put that in the game after, you know, they had an entire arc about, you know, about sexual harassment. People not understanding the difference between, you know, looking and touching, and also the difference between somebody that is her age and somebody that is in a position of authority over her. Who the fuck needs nuance? Why are you always running around how they act out of character shit when you're playing through P5? No, that is Persona 5 Strikers, and I'm not talking about scenes like that. I'm talking about the hot spring scene in Strikers. That's a totally different thing. Get what I'm supposed to do at this point in the game. I'm not talking to him, right? Yeah, Kamoshida, he raped Shiho and fucking Blizzard. What's Blizzard have to do about this? We're talking about Persona 5. What? And yeah, no, like, Atlas, the company, has never had, like, anything like that happen. But, yeah, I don't know, people are just fucking stupid. Don't see any nuance in anything ever. Not all people, of course. But a frightening amount of people. No, all people.
Well, are you...
Won't be an
I
issue.
appreciate your honesty with me. However...
Well, human race is fucked. Yoko was right. Yoko was giga wrong.
Very well.
Non-humans being fucked up, but Ron starting over. Yoko's problem is not, like... Yoko doesn't think humans are fucked up. That's not an accurate reading of her character on either of your parts. What Yoko believes is that all hierarchy is oppressive. Like, that is Yoko's fundamental belief. Essentially, Yoko is... I mean, to be blunt, Yoko is a communist. That is her, like, entire philosophy summed up. She believes all hierarchy is oppressive. It is oppressive to have anyone over you for any reason, context be damned. You know, if there is someone over you in anything for any reason, then that is oppressive.
From the earth.
Yeah, there isn't an ending where Yoko turns to the good side. There isn't really a good side in Shin Megami Tensei. They're just different ideologies, different ways to view the world. Yoko's only sin was ruining the Beatles. What? Tao-style ending for Yoko. But less naive than Tao. Tao's not really naive, and she does get her Tao-style ending. It's fucking Canon of Vengeance Chaos ending. Tao and Yoko represent different ideologies. Like, I can tell you the ideologies that the characters all represent, more or less. Yoko is a communist. Dazai is a fascist. Tao is a monarchist. What you call him? Tsukiyomi / Atsuda is a liberal. Like, they all represent different political ideologies. And Yakumo is complicated.
Now then.
And when I say liberal, I don't mean in the sense of left-wing versus right-wing. I mean liberal as opposed to communism and fascism. In other words, they believe in democracy. That's that's the Canon of Creation Chaos ending is democracy, and the Creation Law ending is fascism. Canon of Vengeance Chaos ending is communism, and Canon of Vengeance Law ending is monarchy. Oligarchy. You could conceptualize it as an oligarchy, though really there's not really too much of a difference between an oligarchy and a democracy.
Hey, can you... Oh, listen, but I can't...
Our beloved Dazai. Yeah, this is the Dazai playthrough. I'm doing Law, Canon of Creation. We're going fascism on this playthrough. What up? Not much, man. Just blasting through Cycle 4 right here. You're live!
Yes. But not in the way you might... Take a good look. Tokyo is fading like
And of course the other
sun.
gods represent less modern political philosophies.
Until
which is
then,
why they're all gods from
will you let me
dead
fight at your
religions.
side? That's
With the
all I
exception of
ask you.
Shiva.
Then let us go.
The path to the Imperium.
Yay, Tao joined the party. Yay, it's a Monozako. Fuck it. Full it. They made Shiva and Vishnu huge in Demon Haunt. Yep. They did indeed. Demon Haunt is such a good addition to the series. I wonder how many like SMT purists hate the Demon Haunt. Fucking getting stats through talking. Yeah, let's create a world of order.
I see. It's true. Order is especially important in a war-torn reality such as this one. This is rather strange, though.
Okay, whatever, Aogami. Did the rest of that dialogue before? What was I saying? Hey, I wonder how many SMT purists are just like getting stats through fucking talking in my SMT game? Get this Persona shit out of here. I don't mind them. I think most people don't really mind them.
Well, do ya?
But I have occasionally seen some people bitching about like how, you know, SMT has lost so much of its unique identity. It's becoming too much like Persona. Demon. I always love this right here. Zeus got the lightning can destroy the whole universe, yeah? Scary. And yet shitloads of people think that that SMT and Persona characters possess no level of cosmic power whatsoever. They're large building level, okay? Demon's just exaggerating. Even though literally every other fucking Demon in the game is there just to give you a fully accurate and literal lore dump about either the fucking setting or about real life Japan. Literally 100% of what the Demons say is completely correct and literal all the time, except for that one, clearly. Clearly that's the only one that's exaggerating.
At the very least, I've more than enough time.
I've had Demi-fiend fight on
So
Godborn
let's have
hard.
some fun.
Yeah, from what I've heard, Godborn is like kind of a clown fiesta of like it's too hard / too easy, because if you have like the lowest possible stats going into Godborn, then everything is a fucking struggle bus. And if you have like maxed out stats and you body everything, that's what I've heard. I'm not on Godborn yet. I'm doing This is my 4th playthrough. I'm doing Canon of Creation right now. I'm gonna fight True Masakado at the end of this playthrough, and then I'm gonna go back to Canon of Vengeance and whoop Satan's ass, and then unlock Godborn and do one more playthrough of Canon of Creation, and then one more playthrough of Canon of Vengeance to fight Godborn Satan. It's like they made DLC specifically for Godborn. Oh yeah, you mean the whatchamacallit? Wonder if Dana's Wisdom is a good Magatsuki skill to use. Probably keep Dagda in the party. Oh, I could have debilitated him. He didn't have full debilitates. It doesn't matter, he's dead. It don't matter, he's dead. It's a fine line to know what the right amount of stats is. Still get a challenge or you just destroy everything because you got 999 for every stat. Yeah, and I think what I've decided on is I'm just not gonna care. I'm just gonna play the game, and whatever happens, happens. I'm not gonna sit there for like hours and hours and hours fucking grinding out stats. I probably will eventually, but that'll be like the last thing I do. And you know, I'm not going to I'm not gonna try to curate my experience, basically, is what I'm saying. I'm not gonna try to create like, you know, a hard playthrough or an easy playthrough. I'm just gonna play the fucking game, and whatever happens, happens. And if I feel like I need more stats, because it's too hard, then I'll just fucking grind some. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna fucking overthink it, you know? Just not gonna overthink it, and I'm just gonna play the game. So I think my stats are already pretty high. Like, I'm pretty strong, I feel like. I think I'm gonna shit on True Masakado and Satan. But I suppose we'll see. Because I also don't look things up, so I'm sure there's things I'm like not doing correctly. I'm sure there's some like broken Magatsuki skill that's definitely not called strategize that I'm not like fully taking advantage of. But even if Godborn's not perfect, I'm glad that it exists. Because it doesn't need to be perfect, in my opinion. I think it just needs to exist and, like, you know, be a thing that you can use your degenerate min-maxing on. Because it's like the most disappointing thing in the world playing, you know, something like Persona 5, which, you know, Persona 5 god-tier game, absolute fucking peak fiction. But it's so disappointing that, like, you do New Game Plus on Persona 5, and, you know, it's, like, not even a little bit challenging, and, like, you know, if you bother to, like, max out all your Personas, you got all your super min-maxed builds, with your 99 all stats, and your all your legendary equipment, you know, there's nothing really to use it on, other than, you know, other than the super bosses, which are great. You know, that's awesome. Super bosses are cool, but it's just 2 fights, and one of them's not really all that super, let's be honest about it. And then, like, Persona 3 Reload is even worse in that regard, because Persona 3 Reload is, like, anti-min-maxing, because, the you know, the stuff that you would use for Elizabeth is not the stuff that you would play the game normally with, right? Like, if you bothered to min-max all your personas and shit, not knowing what the fight is, then, you know, you probably won't be able to beat the fight with those personas. You'll have to go and grab shitty personas so you can use them to actually, you know, to actually win, because, you know, Elizabeth is probably the worst designed fight in all of Mega 10. If the OG release, even though I bought it at launch, but the performance on the Switch was disappointing. Yeah, a lot of people have said the performance on the Switch was really, really bad. I think one of these gives a Vitality Bomb.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya? Hey!
Clearly, this game is still my game of the year. Yeah, Megami Tensei is just such a good franchise. Which, like, I know that to some extent people criticize what they like, but, you know, I always see, like, fucking Mega 10 fans, like, shitting on Atlas and shitting on Mega 10, and I'm just like, you people are fucking insane. Like, this franchise is so goddamn good compared to the vast majority of things out there. Yeah, like, people complain about a $20 day one DLC, and I'm looking at the gacha games over there where it's like your average price to get all the stuff is like fucking $40,000 or some shit. Alice is one of the few that keeps pumping out quality since they started decades ago. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. If anything, I feel like Mega 10 has gotten better over time. Like, you know, I know that some would disagree with that. You know, I'm not... Like, I don't really consider myself a retro gamer, but I'm not really against it either. And, I think that a lot of the old Mega 10 games are pretty rough around the edges, even compared to games that came out, like, around their time. Like, you know, like, Persona 1 came out, like, the same year as Chrono Trigger, right? Pretty sure it did. And, you know, SMT, like, SMT 2 came out 2 years before that. And those games are, like, you know, they're really rough around the edges. Like, it kind of, I feel like playing those games and seeing when they came out has actually given me a newfound respect for things like the early Final Fantasy games and Chrono Trigger, because, you know, I personally don't consider Chrono Trigger to be all that great. I think it's really overrated. You know, because a lot of people say Chrono Trigger is the best game of all time, and I'm like, I can name, you know, like 20 games off the top of my head that are better than Chrono Trigger in most ways. But I do think Chrono Trigger was, like, it was very ahead of its time. Like, a lot of the things that Chrono Trigger did kind of became the standard. And it, like, really puts into perspective how, but you can see the shift going to, like, Persona 2. And even though I think Persona 1 is a better game than Persona 2, that's not because of, like, Chrono Trigger's influence. It's because I think they did some really stupid things with Persona 2. Namely, I think Persona 2 is just too easy. Like, I don't understand why they made Persona 2 as easy as they did. It's the easiest Mega 10 game by far. Like, just nothing in Persona 2 does any damage, which is just so weird. Like, even on hard mode, like, MC takes, like, 1 damage when the enemy gets a weakness hit. Like, that just shouldn't happen. Only thing that is, like, worrisome is the physical insta-kills. And, you know, those can just be blocked with Repel Physical or Tetrakarn. There's nothing else in the game that's in any way threatening. which is a very strange choice to make because it just kind of invalidates a lot of the options you have when you just kind of win by default. Like when you don't have to try at all, then you know what's the point?
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
But the point I was making is, in general, I feel like Mega 10 has gotten better as it's gone along, and I think it's crazy to not recognize that. Yeah, I'm talking about Persona 2. Specifically the first Persona 2. Persona 2 Innocent Sin. I haven't played Eternal Punishment yet. And I've heard Eternal Punishment is the hardest Persona game. Which, I mean, anything is possible, I guess. But I'm a little skeptical after playing Innocent Sin and, you know, on hard mode and watching the... You know, watching MC take, like, 1 damage. Like, I actually switched to, well, first off, I started on easy mode because I want to just get through the game quickly before SMT 5 came out, and then, like, I was getting kind of bored because, like, easy was really easy, and I switched to hard mode, and it didn't change anything, and I'm like, oh my god, the enemies do no damage. That easy? Yeah, Innocent Sin is the easiest Mega 10 game, in my opinion. At least of the ones I've played. Maybe there's an easier one I haven't played yet, but even, like, fucking Persona 5 Tactica was harder. And Persona 5 Tactica is one of the easiest games I've ever played. Like, that game is fucking easy. But, you know, fucking... Somehow, Innocent Sin ended up being easier. It was, very impressive. Which is so weird, because Soul Hackers 1, which I think came out right before Persona 2, that game was hard as fuck. Like, Soul Hackers 1 will punch you in the face so hard. It's crazy. Enemies in that game do, like, Nocturne levels of damage. But, you know, you don't have the tools that you do in Nocturne to mitigate everything. Brutal, yeah, like, I've seen Let's Plays of Soul Hackers 1, and, like, I didn't realize it was quite so hard when I was going through it, because well, I sort of did. I mean, I started on hard mode, and then I went into the first, like, major dungeon, like, the warehouse, not the one before the warehouse, not the actual first dungeon, and I didn't die, but all my demons basically got instantly clapped, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to grind a fuckload if I want to do this on hard mode. And so I just went down to normal mode and played the game on normal mode, and I had a relatively smooth playthrough on normal, but I feel like that's only because, like, A, I really knew what I was doing with Mega 10 by that point, and B, I actually still did quite a bit of grinding even on normal because, you know, I was trying to keep up on the compendium, right? And I needed lots of, you know, needed lots of cheddar for that. Needed lots of moolah. needed the monies to keep up on the compendium, and so that ended up with me grinding a lot. And also, I was always very on the ball about, like, making sure to keep the main character safe, and, you know, like, I built him primarily for tankiness, and I made sure to always keep him with, like, the latest armor and stuff like that. I wish the community would give the Saturn version a fan translation. I would love to play it on the CRT. I'll bet. I bet something like that looks way better on a CRT than it does on an emulator with, like, a modern TV. Modern TV or modern monitor. Same difference, same thing at this point. It's almost like it works better if you play it on the hardware it was intended for. Couldn't be.
I think. Here you go. Hey.
Yeah, point is though, like, yeah, once I was done with Soul Hackers 1, which I felt like Soul Hackers 1 was hard, but not like unbelievably hard. And then I went and played through it again, or not played through it again, I went and watched Let's Plays of it after I beat it. And watching other people play it, I realized how ridiculously optimized everything I did in the game was. Like, when I grinded, what demons I used, what gear I selected, like, everything about my playthrough was almost perfectly min-maxed, with which I didn't even realize that at the time. Like, I was trying to make the best decisions I could, because, you know, I always play to win, but I didn't realize quite how good some of my decisions were until I saw other people make wrong decisions in their playthroughs, and just, like, everything fucking one-shots them on normal mode. And then I went and did the post-game on fucking hard, and that, like, I didn't die somehow, but on the fucking post-game super boss, there was like a million turns where I could have just instantly died, and the boss just didn't attack me. Because, you know, the like last super boss in the post game of Soul Hackers 1, he's got like 65k HP, and he has a billion different spells. Like, he's got Dekaja, Dekunda, he has a bunch of almighty shit. He always goes first, so you can't really use Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, and like he has a bunch of random shit that like unsummons your demons, and he does enough damage to like 1 to 2 shot you. Which, granted, I wasn't quite 99, but it was taking a very long time to gain even a single level. I was like 92 or something like that, and I'd put a ton of my points into Vitality. And that was the only thing that kept me alive, was like keeping MC in the back row and just like trying to, you know, trying to not die. And even then, I still almost died like 50 times in that fight. DBR. And yeah, like the super boss in Soul Hackers 1 is fucking nasty. Though it doesn't have any rule breaks, so it's not like, you know, it's not as hard as somebody like, you know, Elizabeth from P3, which, yeah, I've heard that Demi-fiend from Digital Devil Saga and Satan from Digital Devil Saga 2 are harder than like any other super bosses in the series, and maybe they are, but of the ones I've fought so far, Elizabeth from P3 Reload has been the hardest. And the issue I have with that is it was hard for really bad reasons. Like, it's just such a poorly designed fight with how the rule breaks work. Like, least intuitive super boss ever. Don't forget to play Shin Megami Tensei If too. I have played Shin Megami Tensei If. Though I only did the first route, I've been playing the second route off stream, like, when I'm bored. By second route, I mean the Akira route. Like, the Route 2 and 3 don't even really count. Like, they don't change anything other than the final boss, and you get some different dialogue. But, like, the Akira route's the only one that's, like, really different.
So then, you may...
Which, SMTF, I feel like... I have complicated feelings about that game. On the one hand, I feel like it's a bad game. Its story is very, very, very basic compared to SMT 1 and 2. I think just many things about it are really poorly designed. Like the one fucking area in the basic routes where you have to pass like 15 fucking moon cycles. And it takes forever. And I also just dislike the fact that the game is really short, but has a normal, like, retro Mega 10 progression system. And so I just don't think that that works very well. Because what that means in practice is, like, if you fight a boss and, like, you're...
Stay alert.
Like, level 30, and the boss is, like, level 25, so you're like, oh, I'm, like, 5 levels over-leveled. Like, I'm plus 5 over where I should be. Yes. If you go and just play the game for, like, 20 minutes, and you're not grinding, like, you're just progressing, like, you're just playing the game, then you will be level 26, and, you know, because you'll have gained, like, 1 level from progressing, and then the enemies will be, like, level 40 plus. So you'll go from, like, you know, 5-ish over-leveled to, like, 10-ish under-leveled in, you know, like, 15, 20 minutes or so of actually playing the game, because it's really, really, really short. But the level ramps up like a normal SMT game, so it's just, like, you know, it's basically designed to just pad the game out with excessive amounts of grinding. Whereas, SMT 1 and 2, you know, they were much longer games with a lot more areas, so not only would you gain more levels from random battles, but there were also more boss fights, and the boss fights gave a lot of XP, and so they had, like SMT 1 and 2 in terms of their design were pretty tight for their leveling curves. Like, it's pretty streamlined. But If, I feel like, is just kind of bad because of that. But I say I have complicated feelings on it because I think there is one thing that SMT If does really well, which is that it's actually hard. And it's not just hard because, like, the enemies have insane stats or anything like that. It's because the enemies actually have threatening abilities in SMT If, which in SMT 1, there's, like, nothing that's difficult. And then in SMT 2, the only thing that's difficult really is, like, the last couple bosses. Like, really last, like, 3 bosses have some teeth to them, but that's about it. You know, that's, I don't think that's, like, a particularly great way to design it. I don't like that. Goes there. Where's this at? Down there. There. This leads to a bomb right here. Like in SMT If, they gave most of the bosses Dikaja and Dakunda, and I think every boss has at least one of those. And so, because in SMT 1 and 2, it really is just as simple as the Nocturne meme, just buff retard. Like, at SMT 1 and 2, any fight in the game really can just be done with buffing. If you buff, you pretty much just win. And also that's not the only thing in SMT 1 and 2, especially SMT 1, that just totally breaks the game. The big thing in SMT 1 is Zeo, or rather Mazio, and nerve bullets. Like, both of those together trivialize nearly every fight in the game, and then anything that's not trivialized by those, you just throw up a couple of buffs and you pretty much just win. Because it's very rare for enemies to have Dekaja and Dakunda in those games. Whereas in SMT if the bosses actually fucking try. And part of that also is I feel like they fixed the magic formula with SMT if.
I suppose that's only to be expected. Few truly do. Those of the Yakumo family have always been officers of the law, you see. Would-be agents of justice, living to protect the meek. His mother was a medium. She helped those tormented by dark spirits. However, one such sufferer was seduced by a demon's promises and slaughtered Yakumo's entire family. Hate the...
Did the rest of that? Megami Tensei Tokyo.
Perhaps.
Shiroku recently got a beta English patch. The spin-off game released on PC 98 and 97. Definitely give that one a shot in the near future. Yeah, I'm not too interested in like the Old Testament games of Megami Tensei. Because they're not, as far as I understand, they're not strictly speaking canon. Besides, SMT1 is like, well, I guess you said in 97. Wait, so would that be part of the Old Testament games? Because 92 was SMT1, right? And yeah, like Digital Devil's Story, yeah, that I have like no interest in. That's too far before my time. I'm too much of a zoomer to play fucking Digital Devil Story 1. Like, that's definitely Old Testament.
Here you go.
There's a kid-friendly version of S&T on Game Boy Color. Yeah, fucking Demi-Kids. Which I don't think there's too much significant that happens in those games, lore-wise. Demi-Kids the Demi-Kids is the localization name, actually. The original name is, it's Devil Children, right? Devil Children. And I don't think there's too much there that happens, like, lore-wise, that's actually important.
Hey, hey, hey! Hey,
Best version is brutal. You literally have to design your own map. By that, you mean, like, you have to, like, draw your own map, right? Or you could just be based and just not care. Just run around, you know. Run around with no map. Fuck it. Fuck it. No map. Needs a map.
Be careful.
Yeah, Etrian Odyssey is a series I'm not sure if I care about or not.
Now I can vanquish both you and this infernal idleness in one fell stroke.
BR, have you played Etrian Odyssey? Your own sanity, we get to draw one. See, that's assuming I have any level of sanity left. Not familiar with it. Play one of them on DS, other than that, not much. Fair enough. I was gonna ask if, really, Masakado, you just got affected by his fucking charm ailment? Bruh. How, Masakado? How? Like, look at this bullshit. He has 72 luck. You have 168 luck and Abyssal Mask. How did you get affected by his fucking ailment? But, yeah, I was more curious about the lore. Specifically, I was curious if it took place within the Sea of Amala. And it's hard to ask people, like, questions like that, because most Mega 10 fans don't really understand what I mean when I say that, because, like, SMT and Persona very clearly take place in the same multiverse, right? Like, Persona is part of the Sea of Amala. Like, it has to be. Because SMT If bridges the two franchises in a way that you can't ignore. Unless you just like to ignore evidence. You know, because, of course, the main character of If, Hamaki, is a character in Persona 1 and 2, right? And in Persona 2, she has a gun-type PC from Soul Hackers 1. And so that means that Soul Hackers 1 takes place in the Persona universe. And I think there's other evidence of that as well, like the Kuzunoha Detective Agency is mentioned in Persona 4. And, you know, in Soul Hackers 1 also, in the PSP version, you know, one of the super bosses is Raido. So Raido has been in the Persona universe, right? Because he's in Soul Hackers 1. And also, Steven, you know, from mainline SMT, he makes an appearance at the end of SMT If's Akira route. And so, like, these are all, like, way more interconnected than a lot of the more casual fans realize. Like, they don't take place in the same universe, but they do take place in the same continuity. They take place in the same multiverse. And I don't see a way around that. Like, it has to be true with what we have seen on screen. And, you know, some people will say, like, well, you know, the Sea of Amala contains, like, every possible world that could exist, so everything exists within the Sea of Amala. But that's a cop-out answer. Like, that's a bullshit answer that doesn't mean anything. Not cop-out, I really believe. Digital Surround. Oh, do you mean Digital Devil Saga on PS2? Like the DDS games? Yeah, those are on my radar. I need to play those. After Eternal Punishment. Oh, I should do Melchizedek's quest. So I think I already have everything that comes from that, because I did it on Canon of Vengeance route. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, like, this is my list of games right here. That's my, the first list is the, like, list of what I consider to be, as far as I can tell through my research, all of the canon New Testament games of Megami Tensei. New Testament being everything that takes place after, or that's SMT1 or after. And then the second list is the list of games I've actually completed. So I'm planning to go through what I see as basically the entire main series. Minus a few games that can't really be played, like, you know, Devil Summoner 1, because no English translation, and also SMT9, because no English translation and barely runs on the emulator. No English translation and doesn't fucking work.
This...
Before I do that, I should do all of the, like, Konsu Ra quests, because apparently if I want to farm some stamina and health incense, I need to do that. Not sure I really care about that, actually. Do I? Not really. I just teleport. I have to walk back now. Yeah, the only ones in, like, the quote-unquote main series, they're Japanese only, are 9 and Devil Summoner. No, some of those games I may be kind of arbitrarily excluding, like Majin Tensei and Devil Children and Last Bible. Oh, PS2 emulator runs. Oh yeah, DDS. Yeah, DDS. Or wait, or do you mean Raido Kuzunoha? That's not an emulator. I got a lot of stutters, or a lot of audio stutters. Yeah, I'll find some settings that work. I don't care if I have to download a bunch of different emulators. I'll figure something out. Yeah, I think for those games, I'm definitely going to maybe play the intro on them at least to make sure that they work before I actually try to stream them. Of course, Atlas, just saying, I would much rather pay you instead of pirating your games. Just saying, Atlas. Put the port like you know, Raido and DDS and such to Steam. I'm buying those in a nanosecond. Like, I will not be able to push the fucking buy button fast enough. Yeah, like, I will never pirate an Atlas game that I have the option of just buying. I would much rather buy. The wrong way. Yeah, Atlas is owned by Sega. Hey. Why are they ignoring me? Going the right way. Emulators aren't illegal, the ROMs are. I mean, technically, both are illegal. Like, technically. The part that's like really, really illegal is the BIOS of the emulator, which is why, of course, my emulators don't have BIOS. I just, you know, make the emulator work telepathically. Like, that's how I get around that restriction without breaking the law. Use your telepathy, then you don't need the BIOS. How do you do that? What, do you not have psychic abilities in real life? Can you not just make technology work? I can. I have superpowers. So use my superpowers, then it just works. Without BIOS? Yeah, I use my magical superpowers that I got from God. Came in Nahobino in real life, and it just works. I just ran through. Get fucked. Jukes! Yeah, I even go in the right direction. Yes. Probably. Be easy. Unlucky. The OST in Temple of Eternity. I think my favorite song in the game, of the ones I've heard so far, there might be a few I still haven't heard, so I haven't done all the endings yet. I think my favorite song in the game is Abdiel's theme. I've always had more of a fondness for the tracks that go hard over the ones that are like really relaxing. Yeah, like most people that play Persona 5, their favorite song is Beneath the Mask, and I'm just like, yeah, Rivers in the Desert. Yeah, give me the hype songs. gonna try to run through. Actually, it's probably faster that way. This is scary. Is there 150? I was like 118. Isn't everything in Godborn 150? Or do the earlier enemies like start at 100? I guess the later enemies, if anything, probably just have higher stats, right? Even tutorial enemy is 150. Everything's 150. Pretty funny. Yeah, I'll probably be 150 by the time I get here. Because, unless these don't work. If these don't work, then I'll probably won't be 150 by the time I get here. But if those work, then I mean I'm not gonna vendor them. I haven't target farmed them. The game just hands them out like candy. It's not my fault. This is the wrong way. I go the other way. There. What do your stats look like the most? Does you think it's just like you're ready for Satan? My stats are pretty fucking high at this point. 213 strength, 218 vit, 126 magic. I put 0 points in the magic. Those are all bombs. 168 agility and 217 luck. Let's give good XP, but some plant drops off and gospels are the way to go. I'm just gonna wait until I have enough gospels to get me the rest of the way to 150. So I'll just like play the game, and then once the gospels in my inventory are greater than or equal to my remaining levels to get to 150, then I'll spend them. Demons about the same, I assume? No, my demons are way weaker. So, like, Masakato has 179 strength, 148 vit, 128 agility, 168 luck. I'm a little worried about Masakato's agility for the true Masakato fight, not for the Satan fight. Because for true Masakato, I'm definitely going to switch him over to Pigment Slash instead of Recalcitrant Execution. I'm gonna have him go into a Fizz build for Masakato, and then for Satan, I feel like his stats are pretty much fine. I mean, his strength is a little low. Satan's got like 20 more vit than he has strength. But I think he can clean up the ads pretty good with Recalcitrant Execution. And Konoha Sakuya has 142 vit, which is great. Masakato I think will still one-shot her on a crit. Yeah, probably. Masakato probably one-shots her on a crit. But I mean, it's fine though, because I'm going to have Taunt and Kanabi Veil and Danu, and that's gonna save me copium. And then Danu's stats are really bad. Like, her vit's only 107 and only has 591 HP. But I'm not too terribly worried, because once again, I haven't done her build yet, by the way. Like, I know her skills are shit. Like, I haven't messed with her skills yet. 140 vit you think is enough for Satan? Yeah, because I'm gonna have Taunt up. I'm gonna have Taunt all the time. I'm gonna Kanabi Veil every turn. Taunt plus Kanabi Veil. Every single turn. And I think Kanabi Veil alone will be enough to make Masakado survive a Megiddo arc. Because I think at Masakado's current level of I think like the level of it that Masakado and Konoha Sakuya have, I think Megiddo arc will do about 1,000 damage to them. So they are definitely within one-shot range, but Kanabi Veil should take them out of one-shot range. So as long as I make sure they're topped every round, then they should be fine. And even then, they shouldn't be taking very many Megiddo arcs, right? Because most of the Megiddo arcs are going to get taunted away. Going. I can never remember where the fuck this is at. I dumb. Yes. Go this way. You know, MC is gonna have a shitload of it by the time I get to Satan. What did you think about the Lucy fight? Incredibly easy. Interesting from a lore perspective. Going the wrong way again. Guessing his Megadolon doesn't hit too hard. I don't think he has Megadolon. Like, the only thing Satan does, from what I remember from the one attempt I put into him, is he uses Megiddo Arc every fucking turn, unless he absorbs somebody. And then once he absorbs somebody, he uses their Magatsuki skill immediately. Then after using their Magatsuki skill, I think he will occasionally use the other skills that he got from them. He'll occasionally, like, mix it up with their other skills. But it still seems like most of his actions are just using Megiddo Arc over and over again, which is really deadly, because Megiddo Arc will probably kill you in one hit. Though it probably won't kill you in one hit if you 3-man the fight, which I think is the intended way to do it. I think you're actually supposed to 3-man Satan. But, you know, again, the problem with 3-manning him is he's really, really, really tanky, and the ads are really tanky, and you need to kill him really quick to keep him from absorbing any. And every time he absorbs an ad, not only does he use their Magatsuki skill, but he adds all their skills to his pool. And, you know, that can get really problematic when he gets fucking Diarahan. Then you're not winning that fight if you give him Diarahan. I mean, it was quite underwhelming compared to how crazy he is in Nocturne. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, I suppose. So I think that's also because this game just allows you to do a level of min-maxing that is a bit nuts. Fucking goddamn Metatron. Fucking... edge. Metron was crazy on Godborn. His Fire Sinai was insane. Doing spam KAG with Demi-fiend, the insta-kill proc in the ads all the time for sure. I actually tried Demi-fiend Chaotic Will spam just to try and stop the bleeding as I was trying to learn the fight, and by the time Demi-fiend was out of MP, I did not have Chaotic Will proc on the ads even a single time. Makes me think it doesn't work.
Young man.
Not skipping this scene because... Actually, wait, I can skip this scene because it's not going to be different until I make my choice, right? Maybe after I select my ending. We're doing law on this playthrough.
Here at the end of all things, where do your loyalties lie? What path does your heart long for?
I will uphold God's order.
Your will has been made known to me. Thus will I await you beyond heaven and earth.
So this is... It has been a long journey. You have done well in coming this far. We stand before the Pillar Imperial, a path of light that leads Nahobino to the highest heaven. To see your goals achieved, I will stand by your side until the very end.
That looks so much cooler here than her regular form. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, but is she supposed to be Amaterasu in this form? Because apparently that's what people on the internet say, is that it's confirmed somewhere that she's Amaterasu. But I don't think I saw that anywhere in game. Hey, Canon of the Imperium, and take the throne and become the new ruler.
Done.
The choice you've made really show your devotion, how you won't be misled by others. That kind of conviction, I believe you can create a truly beautiful world. As the goddess, I want to give you my blessing. Here, take this. Is this new? Goddess offers something to you. It suddenly emits a burst of light and is quickly absorbed into your being. How will you receive power from Tao, awakening the best power of miracles. Rank violation. What the fuck? The fuck is that? That's new.
So it's
yeah, whatever, Demi-fiend. We're not fighting him. Theosis, miracles. Oh, I have it already. Level limitation for demon fusion is lifted. That's not helpful, game. Good job, game.
Return.
Not me going to Cadaver's Hollow, damn it.
What?
Guess it is if you choose newborn. I mean, yeah, I guess. Wait, but don't you keep, like, a compendium going on the newborn? Whatever, doesn't matter.
You!
Young man.
Your companion but not your level, so you can use higher level demons then because your level will be low again. I mean, yeah, I guess, but why wouldn't you just fuse all the demons before? I mean, I guess it's because people aren't degenerates like me. Do stuff.
So you've come after all. You would bear witness to the glory of our god?
Atsuta just doesn't get it. His trust in the Amatsukami is misplaced. But we'll make him see, one way or another. So you gotta take out Tsukuyomi.
That would be ideal. If he can be silenced, Atsuta may yet abandon his foolish ambition. To that end, I grant you the full might of Bethel. In his holy name, may it serve you well.
More powers?
Now, we better move, Abdiel.
Indeed. I pray for your success.
Malzai thinks he's hot shit. I will command a copy of Herald Abdiel. Oh. Is that new? Did I not have Abdiel already? I know I had Fallen Abdiel, but maybe Herald Abdiel is new? Oh, let's sort by alphabet. Near the top. I already have her, I guess. My least liked side? What, you don't like the fascists? I actually think I dislike Yoko more. Like, not Chaos as a whole, like as like a side, but I actually think I dislike Yoko more than Dazai, because like Dazai's ideals will at least lead to a world that is habitable. Like, it may not be a good world, but at least it's a world. Like, Yoko is just like break everything. Is just Mira's Abdiel better than the Fallen Abdiel? I mean, question wise, I know the like regular Abdiel is higher level. Abdiel, Servant of God. On the active party, slide MP recovery when allies with the Mogatoki effects take action. Yeah, I think regular Abdiel has a better passive. Severe dark attack to all foes. Did Abdiel, she's like level 58 as a boss, right? Neither one has Pierce, so else I can't do otherwise than to go with the demon that bears his knowledge. Yoko kind of had more choice, but then Lilith went inside Yoko, so I don't know. Well, I'm just like I'm just talking about Yoko's ideals, like the things that she professed. Like I'm not talking about like what anyone was or wasn't forced into. I'm talking purely about what they said when we know it was things of their own free will. Like the things they say in like the first 2 acts of the game before everything really, you know, hits the fan. Because the difference between Yoko and Dazai is Dazai believes that there should only be one absolute authority and that everyone should bow down to that authority, and that authority is God. Yoko believes that all authority is inherently corrupt, that the very concept of hierarchies needs to be eliminated. The problem with that as a philosophy, though, is that humans form hierarchies to survive, right? Like, humans form hierarchies because it's just the most efficient way to combat nature, like to combat the inherent oppression of nature. Because more than humans being oppressed by each other, humans are oppressed by nature first and foremost. And that's the purpose of hierarchy, is to combat that oppression. And so the only way to keep humans from forming hierarchies is with absolute force. I wonder if this quest will be any different. You talking about reality or the game universe? Yes. Mr. Balzac, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is just the Maria fight. Okay, so it's the same as on it's the same as Canon of Vengeance Law route. Right, yeah. Yeah, her big gimmick is that she has the Rahan. The enemy is nature, everything is fundamentally rigged, you have to embrace nature. Well, the problem is nature is a bear that fucking eats you. Yeah, everything humans do basically is designed to combat nature. I am nature. I see no bears from here. Yeah, because you're living in, you know, artificial human constructs. Now you could say, like, well, humans are part of nature, but what I mean by nature is a state of nature in a political sense. As in how things are absent human will. It's like, yes, you can say, well, humans are natural, but that's not really a useful way to, you know, conceptualize the world, because it doesn't differentiate between, you know, living in an air-conditioned house and living in the jungle with no clothes and no other people. The beard on this guy seems rather bearish to me. Look, there's nothing wrong with being gay, but I'm not gay, okay? I don't think that you really understood what I meant at all. Oxy Joe. My point was that people form hierarchies because life is very brutal. And the purpose of hierarchies is to make life easier for people. And the only way to stop people from forming hierarchies, because people are naturally going to want to make their life easier. And so the only way to stop people from forming hierarchies to do that is with absolute force. Which is the kind of fatal flaw in Yoko's ideology, is that, you know, in order to impose lack of hierarchy, in order to achieve lack of hierarchy, it has to be imposed from without. That's the flaw in her thinking, which is itself a sort of hierarchy. So it's kind of, you know, it kind of leads to a contradiction, which is why I find Yoko's ideology to be the most objectionable.
The Creator's iron grip has stifled this world. It must be returned to the gods.
The only god we need is God the Almighty. How else can we bring order?
You only say that because you've stopped thinking for yourself!
I've stopped being blind to my own mistakes. Humans are flawed, but God is infallible.
Sup, Twitch Cop?
I suppose we'll never see eye to eye. You have devotion, but blind faith is useless.
Let it go, Yuzuru Atsuta. We're past the point of solving this with words. He has forgotten the assembly that has always watched over his land. Even if the gods do not all stand equal, all will have the respect of the worship they deserve. For the sake of a better world where gods roam free, help me eliminate Dazai and his patron.
Dazai's on the extremist side of religion. So, I don't think that's actually accurate. And I don't think their blind faith criticism is particularly accurate either, because these are not really religious things here. Like, they appear that way from, you know, a surface level reading, but they're actually stand-ins for political philosophies. It's a metaphor. The gods are metaphors in this game.
It's up to you. Please protect God's order.
Because the actual disagreement that Dazai and Atsuta have is it's actually a very similar disagreement to I would say Yoko and Tao, but it is a little different.
Last I see. You are both noble.
Shut up, because there's dialogue.
Yet something in your soul stands apart from his. If you favor our father's grand design, I ask only that you protect it.
Yeah, the one you side with dies.
It can't be. Brother, you would turn against me.
Sorry, I need that ending completion.
And you, boy, I thought you would understand. I seek to create a new Tokyo.
Those who would oppose it
As
shall
Shayla
receive
Tsukiyomi's
no
weapon.
mercy.
Yeah. I know, it's a scythe. Same as when you have that form, and it's also meant to represent the moon. Because he's god of the moon. But anyways, like I was saying before, the point of their disagreement can actually be summed up as democracy versus fascism. You know, it's like I said before, like they basically represent like kind of the four main political philosophies of human history. Dazai is fascism, Atsuda is democracy, Tao is monarchy, and Yoko is communism. Because what Dazai wants is a single absolute authority that cannot be questioned ever. That's essentially fascism. You could say, well, it's not really fascism because it's meant, you know, the merger of corporate and state power. Just shut up. It's meant to be an allegory for fascism. And what Atsuda wants is you know, a rule that is, I mean, they literally use the word democratic. They want to use, they want a world that has a greater plurality of ideas, a greater diversity of ideas. And those are not like them misunderstanding each other. They both understand what the other wants and disagrees with it on a fundamental level. And they both have their reasons for disagreeing with it. Atsuda disagrees with Dazai because he believes that having a single overwhelming authority is oppressive. And that's true. Dazai disagrees with Atsuda because he believes that having such a plurality of ideas, a plurality of gods, is going to lead to conflict that gets innocent people killed. And so it's not like one side is just wrong and the other side is just right. There are differences in, like, there are pros and cons to what they believe. Should have probably Omnipotent Succession. I could have killed him this turn.
Pointless.
I don't think I needed Omnipotent Succession. 3, I didn't crit. I totally understood what you said.
Well done, brother.
I really like Tsukiyomi. Even when he loses, he's still a class act. Tsukiyomi's a Giga Chad. Metaphor ain't out yet, Strimmer.
Say.
Wait for the throne. Back to the save point and heal. I think we have another boss fight before the end. So I'm not beating the game today because I gotta fight True Masakato and not doing that tonight. So we're calling it here soon. Yeah, and of course Tao is you know, she's a monarchist. Like, she just wants, like, Tao is not concerned about, like, overwhelming authority. She just wants there to be a ruler that will be just and establish order and protect the people. That's what Tao cares about. And then Yoko she doesn't want there to be any kind of hierarchy whatsoever. Like, she's like, you know, just like burn literally everything down, and it doesn't matter how many people get killed because of it, because anything that's above me is oppressing me. You know, it's like, what'd you say, Oxyjo? Be brutal to systems, but gentle to people? That's not what Tao believes at all. Tao believes in absolute brutality to get whatever she wants. Like, she believes in being brutal to systems, and if that means being brutal to people, then fuck them. Like, that's Tao's ideology. But, you know, I would say or not Tao, that's Yoko's ideology. I said Tao, not Yoko. Yeah, that's Yoko's ideology, is be brutal to systems, and if people, you know, get in the way, then fuck them. And not Tao's turn. Yeah, I know, I meant Yoko. And then, like, I agree with Tao the most in theory, but the problem with monarchy in real life, of course, the problem with Tao's ideology is it's very, you're very unlikely to ever achieve that in a way that does not just devolve into Dazai's ideology. Because, you know, like, where are you going to find a just philosopher king that's going to protect the people and put them first?
This is the Hall of Creation, resting place of the throne. Now, as to who will claim it, frankly, it matters not to me.
Yeah, like, if your king is Aragorn, then you're doing great under monarchy. But, you know, if your king is, like, fucking Henry VIII, then, you know, you're maybe not doing so great.
So you noticed.
As if I'd ever waste my time on that wretched thing. All I want is to see it destroyed. This is the end, for God and demon alike.
Ned Stark for king. And then Yakumo...
And you are no exception.
Yakumo is politically complicated. Because Yakumo, I don't think, really represents any particular ideology. Like, he doesn't represent a particular political philosophy. What he represents is the desire to search for a better way. Which is why Yakumo is so frustrated throughout the whole game, right? Because he can't find, like, an actual solution to, you know, the problem of gods and demons. Like, he can't find an actual solution to the problem, even though he's really powerful, and that frustrates him to fuck. Like, he knows the current system is bad, but he can't really find a way to replace it. Yakumo represents the devs' answer, fuck all politics. I don't think the devs are saying fuck all politics. I think what the devs are saying, ultimately, is they are saying that as a species, what we need to do is we need to discard these harmful ideologies and try to work towards something better, even if we don't necessarily know what that better thing is, even if we can't fully articulate it, and we might never actually fully achieve it. It's worth it to try. Tunda, Madge. Hi, Mail. Alright, Omnipotent Succession. Waters of Youth. Oh, full HP MP recovery to self, right? Omnipotent Succession. Blast them! Sometimes we gotta watch the full animation. Omnipotent Succession is hilarious. And everything crits.
The moment you stepped before me, you sealed your own fate. I can't.
Clap.
To think you possessed such power. Well done. Do what you must.
I don't know if OS is terrible. OS on Masakato. What's OS? Oh, Omnipotent Succession. Oh, yeah. That'd be insane. Omnipotent Succession with fucking Recalcitrant Execution. That'd be so busted. This game have a difficulty setting? It does! It has 4 difficulty settings. Safety, easy, normal, and hard. I'm playing on hard mode. So I'm also on New Game Plus 4, so I'm just a little bit stronger than you're supposed to be for the regular end of the game.
Has been determined. Thus, I shall fulfill my role. For ages I have watched over this world, but at last I can administer my true duty. Goddess, it is time.
I am the goddess. I exist to guide the Nahobino to the throne. I am grateful, Nahobino. It is thanks to you that I will soon serve my purpose. This way,
If this fucker is the actual villain, no one realizes it.
and become the new ruler of this
What's his
world.
name? Amitabha. I think he's probably a servant of the Great Will. That's maybe not completely inaccurate. Moscato Omnipotent Succession would destroy the universe. Yeah, probably. Too strong. Too strong. Yeah, I saw what you said about Yakumo and Nua. You gotta remember, Nua can't be reincarnated because she doesn't have a soul. Like, not a real soul, not one with knowledge.
Creator, a new world in his image.
Because Yakumo is Nua's soul, like he's her
name
knowledge.
Is Amitabha. I exist to serve as the light of creation. Now let your will be done. By the power of the throne, may your ideal world be revealed.
Yeah, because Nua is not real in the same way that a person is. There's nothing there to reincarnate. She's just an archetype. Because Yakumo is Nua, like they're the same person.
He has chosen. The order of God shall be preserved. May light shine upon the new world.
Well now, so this is our fated ruler. Listen well. You must know, this newfound world of yours.
Wonder if the dialogue will be any different here than it was on the other endings.
Just as the last world
I don't think it will be.
End, so too shall yours. It is inevitable, a product of nature. Do you wish to know why that is? You will find me in the realm beyond the earth and heavens. Best come prepared.
Agami was made from Susano'o, and Susano'o is used in a roundabout way. Agami is basically you. Yeah, so I don't know how to explain this more clearly. So Nahobino is the original form of everything, right? Before there were humans, before there were demons, there were Nahobino. And then some 5,000 years ago, because I guess the human race is only 5,000 years old in this multiverse, there was an event known as the Condemnation, and that split everything in two. It split the Nahobino in two. It split their life, their physical forms, their power, from their, from their true soul, from their knowledge. And then, the Garden of Eden was created, and humans ate from the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, because the knowledge that God took from the Nahobino, was turned into the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Humans ate from the fruit of knowledge, and that diffused the knowledge of the Nahobino through human souls. And so humans are the other half of the Nahobino. In the same way that, if you cut your brain out, the rest of your body still exists, but there's nothing there of value, right? Like, your body is just a corpse at that point. It's the same exact thing. Like, beings like Nua are essentially walking corpses. Yakumo is the thing that completes Nua. He is her other half. He is her knowledge. In a world without gods and demons, humans would still have knowledge, but they would also be cut off from their true nature as Nahobino. They would never be able to reclaim their power. They'd never be able to reclaim their eternal life. They'd never be able to, fully transcend their physical forms. So I have to go to Chiyoda, do Yoshitsune's quest to spawn Masakado. We can do that another day, though. I'm gonna bedge. So I don't know if humanity was only created 5,000 years ago in Mega 10, or if it's more accurate to say humanity probably existed for a long time, but didn't even have knowledge until the Condemnation. Humanity before then was probably Giga Weak. But yeah, I'm calling it here, boys. I will see you boys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do True Masakado. and finish up the Law ending of Canon of Creation, and then start Canon of Vengeance, and hopefully kill Satan at the end of second Canon of Vengeance playthrough. Yeah, later BR, later Alta. Thanks for hanging, guys. I will see you guys later. Peace out, boys.